Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our third and last day of the World Health Congress in Prague. Just like yesterday, we have another full day of amazing presentations ahead of us. This is a platform where everyone gets space to express their opinion, medical expertise, and the goal is to create a patient-centered environment where the patient shall have the freedom of choice. This year's theme, Transforming Healthcare, Innovation, Collaboration, and Resilience, encapsulates the spirit of our Congress. As we gather here, we find ourselves at a critical juncture in the history of healthcare. We are truly honored to have you join us for these transformative days. In a world that is constantly evolving, where challenges and opportunities in healthcare are ever more complex, this Congress serves as a beacon of hope, innovation, and collaboration. This Congress is held in a hybrid form, which means both in person and online, at www.whc2023prague.com. And after registration, you can watch all the halls virtually in 3D environment. Hall 1 is the main hall. Most presentations are in person and online. Hall 2, it's an outdoor yard. Some presentations are in person and some are online. And Hall 3, where all the presentations are online and all is possible to watch it online. I must note that in order to give everyone equal time for their presentation, there is a time limit that will be marked by the gong sound 1 minute before the end. But I strongly encourage everyone from the audience, be curious and follow our experts, leaders, and visionaries from this Congress. Don't let this be where the information and inspiration and awakening ends. And with that said, I'd like to welcome our first presenter, holistic practitioner, teacher, and musician, Stefan Hein from United Kingdom. Mr. Hein is an expert in naturopathy, bodywork, coaching, and yoga, pioneering integrated well-being through creative consciousness, and is also influential in Houses of Parliament. He will be presenting about Nanda Yoga, healing through sound. Welcome, thank you.
Thank you so much, Monique, for this warm introduction. And a very nice Sunday morning to you all. Lovely to see you. And I thought it was Sunday morning, there would be nobody here. So it's really lovely to see you all here. And my topic will be, I want to speak to you today about music as medicine. Okay. And I don't know, oh, by the way, also a very warm welcome to the people in the audience who is on the Zoom link. So I think it's lovely to have this hybrid event here, community event. So I don't know if you agree with me, we had some lovely music events in the last couple of days, right? It was beautiful live music. And so I want to take this a little bit into conversation and presentation, how music can be used therapeutically and in a healing context with the research I've done in the last 2 years in London. So music as medicine, let me introduce this to you. So as Monique was saying, I am working in London, and I have been working for 40 years in setting up a project called the Medicine of Creative Consciousness, which is basically inspiring good health and well-being. And I'm bringing together different modalities from naturopathy to bodywork to subtle energy healing and music and art therapy. So first of all, there's something personal I'd like to share with you about my personal inquiry. It has been quite a lifelong inquiry. I've always been very curious about life, how the phenomena of life shows up, how the experience of my life shows up on the screen of my consciousness, on the screen of my awareness. And I had a deep dive over a few decades, I would say, and I have seen some deep things. And so I've always been endeavored to build bridges between science, beauty, and spirituality. And although I'm not a university-trained scientist, I think my inquiry into life has been a very scientific one, and really to find explanation for my experience that I have in life. And created my professional pathway from those personal experiences. And there has always been a backdrop in my experience that is spiritual experience. So I have always experienced myself as being part of something bigger. There wasn't just me, my small me, but there was always a backdrop into something bigger. And this backdrop into a deeper experience of spirituality in my quest into spirituality has always brought me a lot of experience of beauty and also sometimes bliss. And I felt blessed, and I felt always graced with that a new pathways, unexpected, surprising pathways in life would open up. So that keeps on unfolding in a creative process, and I think that's where my work then has come into being, where I very much speak about and work with my clients who come into my clinic about the body, mind, soul integrity. And in modern medical language, they would perhaps talk about the gut-brain axis, okay, with the heart in between, and the connection of the 3 layers of physical, biological experience through the vagus nerve. There's a lot of research happening into this. And I feel that bringing coherence into these 3 layers, the body, the mind, and the soul, and connecting to spirit, this cohesion leads to an experience of unfolding infinite creative potential and possibility. And I think meditation is a great tool. In this case, music is a great tool to connect to this alignment of the forces that are present in consciousness of every human being. And I find that the key to this work that I want to introduce to you is work with consciousness, human consciousness. And there's a lot of discussion. I think 21st century medicine will be very much about, we talked what is beyond biology. Madan especially, I remember who was talking, Madan Tengevilu yesterday, what is beyond biology? It is consciousness, and it's hard to define what is consciousness, and the evidence is even harder to get in for this. And the other layer is let me just go into this, no one before. The other layer that then is energy and life force. So how is energy, life force moving to manifest on every layer of my physical and emotional and mental and spiritual experience? So every patient who comes into my clinic, I have a salutogenetic approach in distinction to pathopathology, which is very much the focus of conventional medicine. I focus not on the problem, I focus on the potential of solutions. And this is how my conversation with our clients shapes up. We don't focus so much on the challenges that the illness or disbalance brings, we focus on the solutions. And this is a very creative conversation, and this is very much related to the physical and the emotional, the mental and the spiritual, the intellectual and the vocational experience of the person, and very important, of course, the social and the environmental dimensions, which I think is also medical science is now, WHO is talking very much about those factors as well. Epigenetics is an unfolding topic that is speaking very much about how our DNA is shaped by the experiences in our environment. So this gives me a big scope of what I speak about in my conversations in a therapeutic context. I want to give you a quote by Friedrich Nietzsche, which I love very much, and it says, "And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music." And I totally love this, and it really puts in a nutshell for me, I think the struggles and the discord that is between normal science and let's call it revolutionary science, okay? The reductionist model of science that is our culture, and the revolutionary science, things like quantum physics, that we live in a holographic universe, etc., the revolution that is happening there and the understanding of physics that puts this understanding of science in alignment with experience of consciousness and how that consciousness has been understood for millennia from the yogic perspective, the Siddha, and the Ayurvedic perspective, which I'm going to go into with my presentation. So this is a poster I designed for my presentation here, and the study that I want to introduce to you examines the health benefits of music using sounds of traditional Indian mantras. There's a few distinctions here of the history of sound in yoga, and I'm going to speak mainly about Nada Yoga. So Nada Yoga speaks about sound vibration and the flow of consciousness through sound. And then we have an expansion from this of pure sound vibration and frequencies of sound into an experience of devotion and spiritual experience, which is called Bhakti Yoga. So in Bhakti Yoga, when I chant mantras and I repeat those mantras, what actually happens is that I open myself to a state of deep relaxation. There's a change of brainwave pattern, and what happens, so neuroscience explains this quite well now, and what actually happens then is that there opens something up which can be described as a space of letting go, of devotion, of love. Love to myself, love to all forms of life, love to my experience of whatever shows up on the screen of my awareness. And that is, of course, can be a very sacred and blissful experience. And Vak as the third pillar, which is not so well known, but in the Tantric Yoga approach, this is very, very important, which states that the world reality comes into being through sound vibration. And that is a very, very powerful statement, because it gives us the possibility, when we chant mantras with intention and a certain focus, that we can heal disbalances and certain situations in our lives that make us suffer or that give us challenges or problems. And that's where, for this practice, for this study, it was very important. We have this aspect of Vak, that we can intentionally co-create reality. And again, through the help of, I mentioned the Vedic goddess of Saraswati here, who is the goddess of creation, which is an archetype of creation that we have all in us, which is a force that allows us to co-create our reality. So Sri Amritananda from Sri Vidya tradition in southern India said that everything in the universe vibrates on specific wavelengths, and we can change. Sound also vibrates on specific wavelengths. So, and that those frequencies carry energy, vital life force. So sound, because it vibrates, carries energy. And then we change the sound vibrations, that changes the energy. Okay, this is sort of the physics explanation for this. This is how we can change our state of being. Okay, and also with it then our biology. So the science is in. Sound is exploding at the moment, the sound research, and we know for this context that singing and sounding and chanting can lift us on the physical and the emotional and the mental and the spiritual layers of our experience. And there's some very interesting research I'd like to point you towards, published by the National Center for Complementary Integrative Health in the US, that is wonderful information about, that music has a positive impact on our physical and psychological and emotional movements, and that music-based interventions may be helpful for anxiety, depressive symptoms, pain conditions, dementia, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, and other conditions. So this is what is being researched now, and I think this is very exciting. So when we look at music and sound as medicine, it is more and more, there's more and more evidence now that it shifts biochemistry and neurology in the body and affects our physiology, our emotions, our mental experience, and our spirituality, and is translated into the biology of the body through the electromagnetic fields that surround the body, that weave through the body. And I have a map of the subtle bodies here with the 7 energy centers, the chakras, which are well known. And of course, we have in Ayurvedic tradition, yoga tradition, we speak about 72,000 nadis and 72,000 nadis, subtle energy pathways, which can be influenced by doing these sound vibrations. And I have in detail here the 4 layers of physiology, emotional, mental, and spiritual connection, where change and transformation and transcendence of experience can happen. There's no time to go into the bullet points, but just for our purpose here, what is important, that it slows down brainwave activity. That means it leads to a state of relaxation, activating vagal tone, the vagus nerve, which is the big relaxation nerve for the whole metabolism, and the brain and the heart in the body is being syncing together, synchronizing together into balance, into harmony, which gives a deeply, emotionally and mentally, spiritually, deeply relaxing experience to ourselves, creating states of stillness and silence. And the research, what different frequencies measured in hertz can do to our brain health and the biology and the mental state, is really quite tremendous. We all know that in the emotional release, when we listen to a piece of music that touches us, we are moved to tears, or we are moved to laughter, just with a snip of a finger, right? We all have this experience. So what my inquiry is with this study, what is it about sound and music that breaks through all the barriers, all the layers of protection that I have built over the course of a lifetime, and it just melts them away, yeah, into a state of bliss or well-being? And how can we utilize that for healing? The spiritual connection is very good. Oh my God, is this the end of the time already? That's so quick. Sanskrit effect, Madan was talking about this yesterday. Thank you so much, Madan. Mantra means to transport the mind, to a guide, to advise oneself. And it creates balance in body, mind, and soul. The meaning of sound is to enter into a state of silence, and we all know, Rumi said, the quieter we become, the more we are able to hear. We know this one very well, okay? So the study, I conclude with a few words. This was done for 6 months with 60 patients in a London-based HIV/AIDS charity that looks after the long-term management of people struggling with the condition, and how to support their sense of self-empowerment and resilience to symptoms that showed up. And I used mantras from the Vedic, Ayurvedic, Tantric, Srividya, and Buddhist tradition. And these were 90-minute sessions that gave a feeling of embodiment through mindfulness, then chanting of mantras, and then integration through sharing in the last 20 minutes of the session. And this is the outcome. It is a quality assessment. It was not a quantitative, evidence-based assessment. I want to stress that. And you can just see there's all this positive feedback, you know, hopeful, restful. People felt empowered, energized. They slept better. They felt happy and restorative. And there's the company of others that was good. My migraine disappeared. I couldn't believe it. It has given me helpful reminders about how to relax and deal with worries. So the feedback, 90%, was a very positive one. And I conclude with this saying from Rumi: you are not a drop in the ocean, you are the entire ocean in a drop. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hein, for such a profound and beautiful presentation. I really like the quote, "And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who couldn't hear the music." And with that said, I would like to introduce our next presenter, Dr. Andrea Malková from Czech Republic. She is the general practitioner specializing in musculoskeletal and integrative medicine, expert in anthroposophical medicine, acupuncture, and oncological support, founder of the Center for Complex Medicine and Viscum Organization for Integrative Center Care. Her presentation is called Mistletoe, Prevention and Treatment of Oncological Disease. Please welcome.
Dobré ráno, vážení přátelé.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will now give you the title of my presentation. It may seem that I will be very serious. The integrative approach towards diseases. If I spoke about mistletoe, just mistletoe alone, which is one of the most potent natural healing herbs against cancer, it will be just taken out of the context. But let's have a look at the situation. What can force one of our cells to stop serving the rest of the organism? What makes it become selfish and serve just its own interest, to deplete the resources of the organism which the cell should be serving actually? If we look at some of the elementary symptoms of an oncologic disease, and if you look at our society, it can just occur to us whether there is not a kind of a correlation between the development of the Western civilization. Each epidemic that pops up at a certain time, does it not really reflect the way we live on this earth? What are the relationships between us? Do we really serve the whole? If we look at who controls our organism and the individual cells, then it's been proven by scientific research that each cell is responsible for itself and shares in maintaining the perfect harmony, the gear set of the organism. There is no control center that would discover that one or two cells have grown too independent and selfish. But this brings about a certain vulnerability, because there can be a cell that will go astray and will become a selfish cell, violating the basic principles of the social behavior of an organism. We could call this phenomenon an isolation phenomenon, which can be also observed in our societies. Even though we look at the past 3 years, how we were bound to stay at home, we had to sever ourselves from the social contacts. This is again a parallel to an oncological disease. And in the past 3 years, the incidence of oncologic diseases has grown substantially. Why is it so? Patients fail to go to the medical checks because this was not possible. Or was it because of other influences? Was it some other diseases? As my colleague, Professor Špičák, said, the oncological diseases are the second major cause of death in the world. I would like to introduce to you the book by Professor Jana Šmardová. I highly recommend to have a look at it. After the break, I will leave it on the table and have a look at it. It will be translated into English. It is titled What the Tumors Teach Us, the Parallels Between the Behavior of Tumors and People. Every tumor has 11 typical features which have been described. It's relatively new, and you can also see the sources where you can find more information if you're interested in that. Unfortunately, going through the individual points, we can't do that because you can find it in the presentation. But if you look at these 11 typical signs or features of a tumor and the 11 typical signs of the civilization. we will find out that this is not accidental, that these two resemble each other. For instance, number one, gaining self-sufficiency in the production of growth signals. If we look at ourselves, each and every one of us, we just keep racing against one another and against ourselves. The more effective, the faster, the better. But that's one of the symptoms of a tumor.
Rychlost, výkonnost, růst.
Speed, effectiveness, growth. Being slow means controlling the rhythm of one's own life, determining one's own race, and maintaining one's own individuality. This interconnection of haste, loss of self-reflection, morale, and accountability can also be seen in the process of cancerogenesis. If we look at the quote by Klaus Schwab, who is the leader of the World Economic Forum, not elected by anyone, he said, "From the world in which the big devours the small, we're being shifted towards the world where the fast devours the slow." Another point, another symptom of an oncologic condition is the creation of metastases, which means social areas in our lives. Insufficient assessment or evaluation of relationship of the home. Healthy cells, in order to survive, must know where is the at home. And the tumorous cells travel independently across the organism, and they can survive far from the home. If we look at the modern society, the liberal society, it is the lack of willingness to stay in a partnership, to live in a family. It's loneliness. Let's come back to our cells. Healthy cells cooperate closely and create a perfectly functioning system. Tumorous cells work for their own purpose, for their own benefit. They misuse the common resources. They don't stick to rules. They are typical imposters. What can tumors tell us? They bring the testimony about the importance of accountability, respect for others, adequacy, and the importance about the importance of the society. It's about the quest for equilibrium between our own uniqueness and our insertion in the entirety. Professor Šmardová pointed at 3 levels of responsibility or accountability against the development of the social cancer. Don't be, in inverted commas, the cancerous person. Don't cooperate with cancerous persons. Share in the maintaining of healthy social environment. Don't tolerate imposters. Preserve your free will and be interested in the entirety, in the whole. If we come back to the physiology of our nature, and if we look at men's and the metabolism of a man and of the herbs, and if we recall what we were taught in elementary schools, because despite all modern research, we may have forgotten some of the basics, we can see that the metabolism of a plant is inverted to the metabolism of a man. A plant needs water and CO2, sunlight, and it emits oxygen. The metabolism in a man consumes oxygen and exudes or emits water and CO2. That's what the nature disposed of and provided for. We need healthy food. We need to live in harmony with nature. We need to use or to eat food which has not been processed. We thus give the body what it needs, just like you give good fuel to your engine and it will work. And if we don't use good fuel, then something goes wrong with the engine. If we look at a healthy cell, which uses metabolism for which it is predestined, you can see that the tension is of 70 microvolts. It gains energy using oxygen in presence of cytochrome oxidases, and it produces 674 calories. It has a lot of energy. It can go ahead with differentiation. It can serve the multicellular organism. It is sustainable. As opposed to that, a cancerous cell uses the anaerobic part of the cellular cycle, glycolysis. It lives out of sugar. Otto Warburg was granted a Nobel Prize for this discovery. We're not sure whether this discovery has been properly used in modern medicine and in the new forms of examinations where the cancerous cells emit glucoses, and we can find out where the focal points are. This is the tension of the sick cell. It's 19 millivolts as opposed to 70, and it produces 28 calories as opposed to 674 in a healthy cell. What is the cause that the cell decides to change its metabolism and to serve its cell? It can't it be the chronic lack of energy, stress, poor nutrition, which damage the metabolism of the cell? It's that the cell feels menaced and it switches over to an emergency system. It vegetates in a degenerative way, and since it's afraid of death, because it has lack of energy, it keeps multiplying. If we look at stress, if we live in acute stress, we have the system of adrenaline which is switched on. And you can see the authors, so you can once again read the authors who made a research in this. Adrenaline increases the blood pressure, it improves the circulation of blood in the most important organs, and it mobilizes immunity. When our adrenaline system is depleted, noradrenaline is activated. All the causes which can amount in the cell feeling menaced and switches over to the emergency regime. For instance, the industrial food with a lack of vitamins be one of the reasons for that. Excessive stress and too much acidity in the organism and others. This is information which you can find in this book. It's both in Czech and German by Professor Thomas Kreutz. Now, what's the progress in the treatment of cancer and why is it so small? We might expect that, given all the research, we could have been doing better. We could be doing better. The classical conventional treatment tries to solve the problem on the material level without any individual approach. So the spiritual and mental approach is not there. If we look at the spirituality which makes the difference, that's the interest in the world. It's the adoption of impulses from the environment. And the spirituality also integrates the inner treatment of these relationships. If this is underestimated, if this is too weak, islands of solitary cells emerge. Look at healing substance, which is perhaps one of the most important. It's mistletoe. It's a drug for the body, for the soul, and for the spirit. It It is based on the anthroposophic medicine, and the goal is to reinforce the vital forces of a man. It is applied in ampoules, subcutaneously, or in pills. In Switzerland and in Germany, there are clinics which apply this drug, and in these countries, it is even covered by the general health insurance. Unfortunately, we have no time to talk more about mistletoe, but you can find plenty of information about it in the literature. We have a book. I will leave it on the table. It is in English, in German, and in Czech. And I would like to pay respect to Professor Šmardová, who's unfortunately passed away, is no longer with us. And I want to read you a very important communication. We people are not cells. We've been endowed with the capacity of perceiving, thinking and sensing, to imagine and dream. As opposed to cells, we have the capacity of aspiring for more and for going further. We have the capacity and the possibility and the duty to apply our free decision. We have the capacity of seeing forward. We can imagine what we are a part of. We can decide how we will treat the project, given what we have, all these capacities. Don't let others convince us that we are mere cells, just obedient parts of the set of gears of the complex system. Let us carry on with our dreams, with humility, with due regard to the common project. Let us defend the common project, and let us follow all this with the goodwill to live full and fruitful life, and that our overarching interests have a common point. Let us not miss that common point. Thank you for attention.
That was Dr. Andrea Malková. We thank you so much, Dr. Malková. And from her presentation, it just brings this one question to my mind, many, but this one important question. What am I doing? How can I create a better environment within myself, but also outside myself? And what kind of environment am I creating within myself and outside myself? I will leave that as that. And we have our next presenter, who is engineer Klára Doláková from Czech Republic. She's a candidate in applied ethics at Charles University in Prague, currently doing qualitative research on complementary and integrative healthcare in the United Kingdom. Her presentation is Integrated Complementary Alternative Medicine within National Healthcare, Professionals' Experiences and Views of Complementary and Alternative Medicine, Integration within the NHS in the Context of Ethics. Please welcome.
Dobré ráno, já ještě než začnu vlastní prezentaci, tak bych chtěla moc poděkovat. Good morning. Before I start my own presentation, I would like to express my thanks to Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer, the director of Institute for TCIM. My PhD research project that I've been working on under the supervision of Dr. Aneta Jedličková. At Charles University in Prague. However, past year I've spent at the University of West London and the Royal London Hospital for Integrated Medicine, where I've been completing my qualitative study focusing on the possibilities of integrating CAM within national healthcare in the context of ethics. So let me just make a very brief introduction. So in my research project, I'm using the term, the acronym CAM, that is used in most English-speaking countries. However, over the past few days, we've heard many different terms, for instance, traditional medicine, that reflects the global heritage of these approaches. We've heard a wonderful presentation of Nora Laubstein on that. And Nora also mentioned the term integrated medicine, which reflects a current phenomenon that's been going on for a while, and that is the integration of these approaches within national healthcare system, mostly based on significant public demand. And so when I started my research project, I found out a certain polarity in Czech scientific literature. On one hand, sources claimed that there is no possible collaboration between these two fields as they differ so much. On the other hand, other sources claimed that we should be looking for a pluralistic, sustainable future healthcare system. What professionals agreed on in the literature is the necessity to somehow reflect this phenomenon of CAM. The question is how? And that led to my research question. But before we get there, as I come from the field of applied ethics, I would like to emphasize the role of healthcare ethics, especially in the decision-making process in the healthcare. So let me quote Dunn and Hope. Medical practice should be continually improving through subjecting itself to the scrutiny of those twin disciplines, science and philosophy. Science asks what is the evidence that this indicated course of care and treatment, and philosophy asks what are the reasons for the moral choices made. Now, these two disciplines might use different tools, but combined together, they must be used to make appropriate decisions in healthcare. So let me give you a simple example of how we use some of the philosophy tools. Another quote of Czech Professor Hecht. While there is no denying the positive results of these approaches in appropriate cases, and especially in a certain proportion of the population, they are usually ineffective and moreover carry serious risks and may endanger the health and life of the patient. So in this case, this statement actually implies and the professor is talking about CAM approaches, that all of them are usually ineffective and carry serious risks. Now, in terms of argumentation, this unfortunately represents an argumentation fault called faulty generalization. And why am I giving you this particular example? Because the publication of this professor led to the subsequent statement of the Czech Medical Society of Jan Evangelista Purkyně, which is dated to 2015, however, still available on their website, and that is that CAM presents a major ethical problem. Probably the only sensible way out is for the physician to be dismissive or very reticent about CAM. We could be talking about ethical analysis of these statements as well. However, I'm time limited, so if there's enough time left, we can look at it back at the end of my presentation. Now it's time to get back to my research question, which is very basic. So what are the circumstances, ethical circumstances, in which we can consider the integration of CAM approaches into healthcare? And because this is not what's been happening in my country, I had to search for a different field. So that's why I did my qualitative study in the UK to make sure that I explore professionals' experiences and views of CAM integration within the National Healthcare Service in the context of ethics. Very shortly, so I did basically 21 semi-structured interviews with professionals based in the UK, based on predefined topic guide, and I analyzed my data using framework analysis. And to the main point, what are the preliminary findings in the data? So I identified my research participants as doctors, but only those who have been actively integrating one of CAM approaches, CAM practitioners, but here I'm talking about those practitioners working in the first market. Again, thank you, Nora, for this terminology. And this might mean that I might have to interrupt my presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much to Engineer Klára Doláková for her presentation, and we apologize to her for such a rude interruption, but it is for a very, very good and important reason. We have a special guest coming to join us and gift us with his presence, and Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer and Mr. Amarjit S. Bhamra are welcoming him right now at the entrance. So in a couple of moments, we will have the entrance of our special visitor. So if you can please stay patient and stay with us and stay still. Please don't go anywhere. You will not regret it, I promise. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, stay patient. It's not a joke. Stay patient. Our special guest is coming in a very moment. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the privilege and honor of the World Health Congress 2023 here in Prague, and Mr. Thomas Pfeiffer, to welcome our special guest, Mr. Hemant H. Kotalwar. Mr. Hemant H. Kotalwar is the ambassador of India to the Czech Republic. Mr. Kotalwar, welcome. Ambassador assumed charge in the Czech Republic as the ambassador of India in September 2020. He is a member of the Indian Foreign Service of the 1996 batch. Shri Kotalwar received his early education in Latur, Maharashtra, where some of you may know. He has a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronics engineering with honors from BITS Pilani. Pilani is a very famous city in Rajasthan, where the Birla family started a college in 1943 to train some of the best defense engineers, and they have an excellent standard of education. Mr. Kotalwar graduated from that school and received his bachelor's in engineering. Prior to joining the Indian Foreign Service, he worked briefly at the Central Electronics Limited in Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. After training at the Foreign Service Institute in Delhi, he chose French as his compulsory foreign language, and he was posted to the Indian Embassy in Brussels from 1998 to 2000, one of the first of many foreign appointments he would get. In Brussels, he was the economic and political wing attaché at the embassy, and then he was posted to Algiers from 2000 to 2002, where he was the second secretary dealing with political and economic affairs. He was briefly serving as undersecretary in the Ministry of External Affairs at the Pakistan desk, and was later posted as the regional passport officer in Mumbai, in India. He returned to Delhi as the director, dealing with the office of Minister of State for External Affairs, a very prestigious position. Then he was posted as counselor at the Permanent Mission of India to the WTO, Geneva, from 2011 to 2014, where he dealt with trade negotiations of development and IPR issues. In 2014, he was deputed as the Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of India in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where he served. And apart from handling political, economic, energy, and consular issues, he also coordinated the evacuation of thousands of Indians from Yemen when the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had attacked Yemen in 2015. He then returned to the Ministry of External Affairs in Delhi in 2017 and was posted to the National Security Council there. And in 2020, he arrived in the Czech Republic. We welcome Mr. Kotalvar, the Honorable Excellency Ambassador from India to the Czech Republic. Welcome, sir. Namaste.
Yes. I welcome Your Excellency, Shri Kotalvar, Honorable Ambassador of India to Czech Republic. Je mi velkou ctí
It's my great honor
vás přivítat
to welcome you here in our Congress.
It's English? Free.
It's my great honor to welcome you to our Congress, Your Excellency.
Mate? Yes. Je mi velkou ctí přivítat
It's
vás
my
na
great
půdě
honor to
třetího
welcome
ročníku
you in the
Mezinárodního
third
kongresu
edition
zdraví,
of the World Health Congress
který
Prague,
je zastoupen mnoha
which
obory
is represented
TCIM.
by many TCIM modalities and especially representatives of Ayurveda and Eastern medicines.
Rád bych zdůraznil,
I
že
would like to
kongres
highlight that our Congress
také
welcomes the unification of traditional medicine and the G20 resolution, which we consider to be very important.
Chceme společně pracovat
We would like to cooperate for well-being of all people, patients in connection, so that everything which has been historically valuable, which was brought to us by historical ancient cultures, could also serve to the future, and everything which is intangible cultural heritage of Europe and other parts of the world should be protected. So let me welcome you cordially once more.
May I kindly request Member of Parliament Birgit to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Tak dobrý den, dámy a pánové. Já jsem především velmi ráda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Above all, I am very glad that this Congress So once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very glad that this Congress is taking place and that we have the opportunity of welcoming people to whom I am full of admiration and respect because they work for the benefit of the nations, of the people. And I also want to thank His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, who found the moment to pay a visit to us. We are very thankful that we all are struggling for the patient. We regard a patient not just as a being not only with his body, but also with the soul. And if we put these two together, unless we put these two together, a healthy state can never be achieved. I'm very glad to be a part of the Congress, and I'll be very happy if we manage to start building a bridge between the classical medicine and what we call the integrative medicine. I think that I am fugitive enough to achieve this. So people like myself, I'm a grandmother of my children. I want that people have the opportunity and possibility to treat themselves the way they want. Every man, every woman is a being that has the right to decide for himself or herself how to treat, what kind of treatment they want. We're here for the young ones, and we want to leave behind us for them a good future. We want to help them to boost the future, to make it more ample. And I think that we can all join one another with this in this struggle. Thank you very much for this possibility.
Your Excellency, absolute amazing that you took a very few minutes of your extraordinary time to be with us here today. The whole Congress is so delighted. And I think this Congress would not have been a Congress without your presence. Thank you. So I just want to reiterate, recently there was a global gathering of world leaders in New Delhi at G20. And it was held under the auspices of the government of India and Prime Minister Modi. And just two resolutions that I just want to bring to your attention that were considered there, if I can find them. Basically, the resolution adopted a policy where traditional sciences, traditional medicines, that we have all gathered here for this weekend, as you will be extremely pleased to know, proposed by the government of India and accepted by all the G20 nations, have actually been included in the world architecture of traditional medicines and for future landscape of health, throughout the G20 world. So that is a huge achievement, especially for our community. And, from the All-Party Parliamentary Group in India, in the UK on Indian traditional sciences, and also here from this Congress, Your Excellency, we welcome that initiative launched by His Excellency, the Prime Minister of India. So we're indeed extremely indebted to India for the inclusion of complementary and traditional medicines in that resolution. So without any further delay, His Excellency has very kindly joined us here only for a few minutes, and we're absolutely delighted. And I'd like to request His Excellency to address this gathering. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And let me thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me on this special occasion. My special thanks to Mr. Thomas Piffer, Madam Margaret Bratislava, and all those who are sitting on this table for inviting me. And it's indeed a great honor for me and also for my country. Also, thank you, Mr. Bhamra, for really pursuing with me and following up with me and requesting me to join this conference. And I'm really grateful to you for providing me this opportunity to meet all of you and to see how the deliberations go on. In fact, I'm in Czech Republic and in Europe for the last 3 years, and I've been seeing issues like the Green Deal. Of course, I'm not a doctor, so I really don't know about the medical field, but I could see some analogies. And there are Green Deal, and now the question is how to achieve the Green Deal. So you see some countries saying that, oh, nuclear energy is bad, we should not have nuclear energy. Some say we should have nuclear energy. Some say we should have gas for our energy needs. Some say we should not have it. But at the end of the day, what is the objective? The objective is to have a carbon-free world that is a green world. I think the same thing is with the health system. Everybody wants to have good health. Now the question is how to achieve that. One is, of course, the classical medicine, that is the allopathic medicine. But that has also been a traditional medicine which has been there since ages in different countries. It's not only in India, but also in Latin America and in Africa and other things. In fact, I've seen the deliberations in the international organizations like the World Health Organization or the World Trade Organization, where you see discussions happening and regarding the recognition of the traditional medicine, how to provide intellectual property to the traditional medicine. I mean, if there is a traditional medicine, can't there be an intellectual property, and the society that has contributed to that medicine should also gain out of that? I mean, these are basically the issues that are happening. One is the classical as well as the traditional. So it's like a fight. In the stock market, we have this bulls and bears. I think here it's again the classical thing. And I'm glad that people from the other fields of medicine are contributing to it and to see how we can achieve. And it is in this regard, in India, we started this new ministry called Ayush, which basically incorporates all forms of medicine so as to achieve proper healthcare. I mean, we are a country of 1.4 billion population. We are a developing country with a per capita income of just $2,000. Now the question is how to achieve good health. And we saw during the COVID time, it was a challenging period, and one medicine was not really successful in achieving proper healthcare. I mean, we could see the world going from one crisis to another, from one lockdown to another lockdown. If one form of medicine was really successful, I don't think we should have this kind of situation. I mean, we used to know about the Spanish flu in 1920s, and we could understand maybe the traditional the classical medicine was not prepared for the Spanish flu. But even after 100 years, we are again going through the same thing. I think we need to work, we need to do further research in this field. And India is, in fact, working on this. We are investing a lot. We have started this parallel field, different hospitals for Ayurveda and of course, the other forms like in yoga and other things. And I'm glad that all your experts are here in this beautiful city of Prague. And I'm really thankful to the mayor of Prague for organizing this conference and to bring all stakeholders to discuss and deliberate on this issue. And I'm sure you'll have a good time in Prague, and I hope you can come out. And of course, Dr. Bhamra did mention about the G20. Yes, it was a big gathering, and the Prime Minister Modi is really focusing on these aspects. Because at the end of the day, what is important is we need effective and affordable healthcare. It's not, even if the healthcare is there, it should be affordable to everyone. I mean, for the countries which are in the global south, it's very important. Maybe people in Europe and Western countries who have the social security may not realize what is accessible and affordable. But in the global south, these are the very important issues. And I think my request is, I think you can also look at aspects on affordability, because even if the medicine is there in the pharmacy, do you have the money to buy it? I think that is basically the question. And I wish you all the best, and thank you so much.
Your Excellency, you'll be extremely pleased to know that we have participation at this Health Congress as far as from the United States and Canada and Italy and Portugal and Germany and Italy and Switzerland and so many places around the world. So obviously this shows that this Congress has actually become a magnet for, there's a huge thirst for this knowledge. And we are very privileged that Prague will become a center, for this thirst of knowledge. And we seek the benign blessings of your office and the government of India, and in particular the Ministry of Ayush, to coordinate and have a much more deeper link with Honorable Thomas Pfeiffer and his team here, so that they can also in time to come develop something that is of importance for, at the end of the day, the public that they are working for. So we're looking forward to your kind cooperation in that field. And any assistance and any cooperation that your office would seek in terms of traditional and complementary integrated sciences, Thomas Pfeiffer and his team are always at your disposal. Thank you so much.
My microphone, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We must continue with our program, and I would like to return the opportunity to engineer Klára Doláková to complete her presentation. Also, before we do so, somebody has lost a cable 2 days ago, and it will be for pickup at the front desk right over there. So now, please, Klára Doláková, you may continue with your presentation.
Děkuju moc. Děkuju.
Thank you. Tak, můžete začít.
Tak dobré ráno ještě jednou.
Good morning once more.
Thank you everybody for your attention. We would like to continue with our presentation. Thank you.
So again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully I'll be able to entertain you still. So back to my presentation regarding the topic of CAM integration within national healthcare systems. So what were the preliminary findings in the data? As I mentioned, my research participants were identified in 3 groups as medical doctors integrating CAM approaches in their practices, CAM practitioners, but those working within healthcare facilities, and researchers and academics. In my coding scheme, I identified 3 main topics and key subtopics. So the first main topic was healthcare, defining what is conventional medicine, what is CAM, the CAM used in the UK, financing of healthcare, and issues in the healthcare. The second key topic was comparing conventional medicine and CAM in terms of regulation, safety, research, and education. And the third main topic was the integration itself, facilitators and obstacles of the integration, and key stakeholders that play a role in such a process, and possible future vision of CAM integration. And it seems to be the case that CAM is usually defined by what it is not. Now, this appears in the literature as well, and the problem with it is that it brings a certain negative connotation. For instance, in the Czech Republic, we often hear the term alternative medicine, implying that it's something outside the conventional Western medicine. Also, it seems to be the case that it's easier to integrate CAM through healthcare professionals, not just medical doctors, but also physiotherapists, occupational therapists, nurses, and so on, rather than integrating a CAM practitioner within the healthcare, although even that option is possible in the UK. So let me briefly mention key facilitators and obstacles in CAM integration. So what are the facilitators? Definitely there has to be openness and willingness to collaboration on both sides, and that important dialogue. Also, what helps a lot is appropriate professional organization, professional bodies, setting up a regulation and safety standards, ideally codes of practice. And of course, we need proof of not just clinical, but also cost effectiveness. And now this could be an interesting point for the future research, to focus more on economical studies as CAM practices might be actually cost effective. Now, what are the obstacles of CAM integration? Insufficient research, which is very connected to research funding and its lack. Then there are some procedural differences affecting research. By that, I mean a point that Dr. Bhaswati mentioned here earlier, and that's the problem that evidence-based medicine paradigm concentrates mostly on drugs and medical equipment, rather than non-pharmacological approaches. However, even this obstacle could be overcome. Then there is an education gap. CAM is not usually taught at universities, so the knowledge doesn't get disseminated to other healthcare professionals. And the last point I want to make is a possible prejudice towards the field of CAM. And I'm going to illustrate that on another practical example. And that is the demonstrated case that despite the fact that some of the CAM approaches were integrated within the national healthcare system in the UK, after a change of guidelines or personal changes of health commissioners, who are the key stakeholders in the UK, CAM was removed again, or in this case, acupuncture for lower back pain. But there are still approaches that are being actively integrated in the UK. But to actually end on a more positive note, I would like to say that originally I'm a physiotherapist. And you know, in the 1950s, physiotherapy was considered to be alternative medicine. Now, physiotherapy is fully embedded within the national healthcare system. Also, as a physiotherapist, I noticed that many times I was providing patients with approaches that I can't define as evidence-based medicine. Why was that? That was mostly because those approaches were experience-based and they were embedded within the healthcare system due to historical tradition. What is the main thought that I would like you to bring home? That maybe it's time to redefine what are the criteria we're looking for when integrating a certain approach within the healthcare system. Because that way, it doesn't matter how we call the approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Doláková, for your presentation and your research, helping us look at complementary alternative medicine from the economical and ethical aspect. And our next presenting guest is going to be, I believe, Ralf Diesmont from Germany. Please welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, everybody, to have the opportunity to speak a little bit about the practitioner and especially about the practitioner practicing homeopathy in Europe. And even the headline includes two challenges. The first one is practicing homeopathy, and the second one being a practitioner, not a doctor. This is a very special situation, I think. So I hope I'm fine with the technique. Where is it? This I can use thing. No, no, no. It doesn't work. Ah, thank you. So, homeopathy practiced by practitioners has a very long tradition in Europe. I think it started in the 19th century, and in Germany we have a lot of people who are practicing and also organizations of laymen who are using homeopathy in their daily life, especially in the south of Germany. And practitioners plays a very important role in spreading the approaches of homeopathy and evolving this. And if you see the new methods or the new techniques which appears in homeopathy, a lot of them are coming from practitioners and not from doctors. Practitioners are involved in and support political and professional developments. I will come to this point later. And for many patients, practitioners are the first choice in health issues. So now I can talk about Germany. In Germany, I think homeopathy, for example, is in the mind of the people more related to practitioners than to doctors. And so very often, if somebody wants a homeopathic treatment, he's using or he's looking for a Heilpraktiker. In Germany, the practitioners are called Heilpraktiker. Maybe I say a few words of the Heilpraktiker. So the Heilpraktiker is the basics on which I can practice. It's my legal basics to practice. If you pass the Heilpraktiker exam, you can practice nearly every chem method. There are a few restrictions with diseases I'm not allowed to treat, but mostly I can treat nearly everything. So, and because of the heterogeneous structure within the profession across Europe, the need to give a voice to the profession was obvious. Therefore, the European Central Council of Homeopathy was founded in 1990, and national homeopathy associations can become a member of ECCH. So ECCH has only associations as members and not individuals. Let me say a few words about the heterogeneous structure. It is very different in Europe if you want to practice homeopathy. In Norway, for example, your association has to be registered by the state, and you as a homeopath has to be in an association which is registered with the state. Then you are allowed to practice homeopathy. In Greece, for example, homeopaths has nothing to do with health. They go and announce a business. So their homeopathy is a business, and it's not so related to health. And in countries like Germany or Switzerland, for example, we have a legal structure behind this who allows us to practice. So currently, 16 national associations with about 2,750 practitioners and students across Europe are members of ECCH. And if you remember, I say the practitioner is involved in political activities. Here is a list of associations which ECCH is a member of. First of all, the ENME, the Association of Medicine. Nora is sitting there. Eurochem, a European-based council who presents not only practitioners but also doctors and patients association that is based in Brussels. We are a member of EFA, the European Public Health Alliance, and we are a member of the European Coalition for Homeopathic and Anthroposophical Medical Products. Very important because homeopathy is a method which is based on remedies. Without our remedies, you can't practice homeopathy. And we are in a regular exchange with the ECH, so this is the European Committee for Homeopathy. It's the Doctor Association, the European-wide Doctor Association for Homeopaths. And the Homeopathy Research Institute in London is based in London. And I think at the moment it's the most important research institute for homeopathy. And also we are a member of the ICH, it's the International Council for Homeopathy, which is a worldwide association for non-doctors practicing homeopathy. So when I talk about Europe, I talk about ECCH, because ECCH is our European association, our European umbrella association. And what does ECCH to support its member associations? First of all, if there are legal problems in the country, the ECCH executives provide letters from a member association, also support them in legal questions. We have so sometimes, very rarely, but we are invited to the parliament or to the health ministry and they ask us questions about our profession, how we practice homeopathy, what is about our education, how we use the remedies, and so on. And ECCH does also make some research, for example, in relation to the remedies or other legal developments in Europe. And we try to observe, at least we try to observe what is going on in Europe because of the different legislation in different countries. We as an association don't have the power to change the legislation in one country, for example. We can offer our help and we can offer our advice, but we are not in the position to say, please change this or that law so that it is easier for the practitioner to practice homeopathy. So the internal development, ECCH produces during the last 20-25 years a lot of guidelines and standards. And at the moment we are reviewing the education guidelines because one point of criticism which was brought to us is you have no knowledge about medical aspects. You know about homeopathy, you know about your remedies, but you have nearly no idea what is going on in the body, for example, how does a disease develop, and so on and so on. And at the moment we are thinking about that at least 300 to 500 hours of medical training for every homeopath practice in Europe is important. Not to be more confident in what we are doing, and to also, if someone criticizes us, that we can say, okay, this was here yesterday, but today we have at least a good medical knowledge. And yeah, I think this is the most important guideline at the moment, the education guideline. And another important one is the bounds of competence. So we are aware of our competences. And for me, for example, if a patient comes with a severe disease and I say, oh, this is beyond my competences, please visit the doctor and do some investigations because I can't guarantee your safety. I send them to a doctor. So, a conclusion I made is homeopaths represented by ECCH are involved in all kinds of political and professional activities across Europe. They support each other under the umbrella of ECCH as a European-wide successful use chemotherapy. So homeopathy is a very successful use chemotherapy. So what does ECCH for patients? So a homeopath without patients is not a homeopath. So we are looking also for the safety of our patients. And ECCH advocates for the patient's rights to choose homeopathy with their preferred practitioner, mostly the practitioner, and equally that homeopaths registered with ECCH member association should the right to have to practice with the European Charter of Fundamental Rights. This is a goal we want to reach. We are not there at the moment, and I think it will take a lot of years until we reach to this point that a practitioner can practice in Europe freely homeopathy. But I'm very sure that we will come to the point because the need of practitioner of good professional homeopath is really big in the society. So what are the benefits for the patients when they visit a homeopath? The waiting times are mostly shortened than in doctors' clinics because we are not don't have the pressure to see a lot of patients every day, and this is one of the next points. We can give time to our patients. If the patient is there for 30 minutes, it's fine for me, but if it's there for 60 minutes, it's also fine for me. I don't have to say, okay, the 20 minutes are over, please leave my chamber. I can say, okay, you can stay here with me for more time. I think this is very important, and personally, this is one of the points I hear from my patients. It is really good that you have the time, we can talk, you listen to me, and it's a completely different atmosphere than if you sit in front of somebody who's only watching his computer. It is sadly sometimes this way and not watching the patient. So, and we are often have a more comprehensive view at the patient than other practitioners. So, the second conclusion is more for the patients. Homeopaths can offer as much time as needed to the patients, and in many cases they are more flexible with their appointments. Because of the above, for many patients, homeopaths are the first choice in health issues. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much.
Questions?
Questions? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Ralph Diesmond. That was Mr. Ralph Diesmond from Germany. And we have little changes in our program since our special guests. So I would like to tell you how we will continue with the presentation. So as a next presenter, we will have Jasper Madsen, Dr. Jaivan Bhagatji, Dr. Milena Simeoni, and then we will have a break. So our next presenter is Mr. Jasper Ode Madsen from Denmark. He's a Danish scientist, science journalist and communication consultant, specializing in complementary and alternative medicine. Please welcome.
Thank you, and seems to be working great.
Good.
And, you know, I'm not Italian, but I prefer to stand, like you said. Well, this is, yeah, it works. Yeah, I'm so happy to see all of you, but especially Thomas, who's not here, but Thomas, but he can hear me in his soul, I think, to be invited to such a great event in such a magic place, I should say. Just very short, who am I? As you said, I'm a journalist, a science journalist, and I've written a couple of books in Danish. It's not so interesting for you. And I'm a board member of the Danish Association of Science Journalists. And I've been working in different settings for like 25 years, writing about CAM, and most of this is not so relevant maybe for you, but the only assignment, can this point? Is there a pointer as this one? Is the one in the middle? Oh, that was the arrow. Yeah, okay. Anyway, number 3, the Cambrella network. I guess you heard about that. I'm not going to talk about it in details now, but of course you can ask me about it if you want to. So now you know just a little bit about who is talking to you, this strange journalist who is not sitting there as a journalist. But a little story from Denmark. As you can see, you don't understand anything, of course. I'll get back to that. In 2021, a Danish medical doctor launched a research project, a trial on homeopathy. Homeopathy against bladder infection. A randomized controlled trial, and this was, of course, announced to the public. And so this is the translation of the headline. I have learned that I should not speak while you are trying to read something. That's why I'm silent. Anyway, this is the most foolish. So what did the journalists do? They called some medical doctors who were known to have a very negative attitude towards CAM. And then they had their interviews. So this is what you could read in these newspapers. Air guitar, yes. And snake oil. And it's a waste of time and money. Well, also, in one of the articles, you could read, you could read in Australia, England, Switzerland, and France, they have concluded that it is ineffective and that treatment should not be supported. Well, have you ever heard of a country concluding about science? Anyway, I know just a few researchers in these countries, and they definitely do not agree. And also, the journalists found something very, very suspicious, because there was this homeopathic drug in the trial. It was produced by a company, and this company paid for part of the research. Whoa! Breaking news. No, of course not. That's the way it works in the medical business. So stories like this makes me feel sad. And why didn't they do their homework, these journalists? Just a few more media quotes about CAM to underline the problem. Tooth fairies, cynicism, voodoo, a kind of feel-good. So this was the language of highly educated journalists and academics. This example on homeopathy, points to one of the big challenges. If we want to build bridges and have a fruitful dialogue with the policymakers, we're depending on solid, unbiased information. And I think there's a lot of journalists out there in the world who wants to do this kind of journalism about this. And they might be interested. And this doesn't only apply to CAM, but to anything outside the scope of mainstream science. And also, it's a pity for the health workers, because there are a lot of nurses and also some doctors who really wants to talk about this, but they are invisible in the media too. As you can guess, in my country, journalism on CAM doesn't win a prize. It may be different in some other countries, but I think it's something similar anyway. So my conclusion is that it's very difficult to cooperate and build a bridge if the statement of one party is invisible in the media. So, and I'm sorry to say that my own profession has quite a responsibility. So, I promise that this is the end of the bad news. So now I'll talk about the cure. I've been looking for years for somehow to improve the communication and improve the media coverage of these issues by means of systematic cooperation and networking among researchers and journalists all over the world. So that was my dream. And last time at the virtual conference in 21, I talked about this vision. And some of you may remember that I mentioned the scientific and medical network. I always look at this screen, but there's also one here, yeah. I presented the idea and the dream for those people, and then had the same ideas, and so we started working. And last year, the journalists, the Frontier Journalist Network was born. Ta-da! And we are still in the initial phase, having a lot of challenges and Zoom meetings and etc. But now it's online and it's up and running. And we did a survey among 31 interested journalists, and 77% of those are stating that there is a resistance in the media towards subjects like CAM. Not a surprise, of course. I will show you 2 slides. Yeah. I will stop talking while you're reading. And not any big surprises either, I think. And they are these journalists are interested in these 4 issues primarily, and no surprise that CAM is there, of course. I keep talking about CAM. I know we can call it a lot of different things, but to make it simple, I will just say CAM. But you have to remember that this is based on 31 respondents, so don't talk about statistics, but it's a start anyway. At the moment, we are, of course, we have the website, frontiernet.org, and you don't have to write it down, you will have the information later. And we make a newsletter, and we also had some success doing media training online for researchers, trying to make it easier for them to communicate with journalists. And we had webinars, and we had, of course, we are trying to find some journalists, which is not easy. An example of a webinar, I guess some of you know Eben Alexander, the neurosurgeon who had a near-death experience some years ago. And it was quite interesting meeting him, so to speak. Also, we are developing some topic briefs. That means online material about CAM, for example. And then as a beginning of such a topic brief, we have a tip sheet with some bullet points, which I guess you cannot read. It's not important, but it's the first step for a journalist to see, hey, what is this about? And then he can, or she can go deeper in this topic brief. Yeah. So these are my visions. A worldwide community, online meetings, and of course counteracting this media bias. And then I would like to have some overview of the media situation in each country. Well, I guess not the entire world, but at least in some countries. How is the media set up regarding CAM? And if we can, later on, it would be great if we were able to support joint projects between journalists in different countries. The last 2 slides are quite important, I think, because it's about you. What can you do? You can help us and help yourselves. If you suddenly run into a journalist who is not biased and is interested in this, because he or she should really be in our little community, Frontier Journalist Network. And this information, again, you can have later. And you might also send me a good article from mainstream media about this, because it doesn't happen every day. And also because in our work we need examples when we are developing this network. Examples are useful, so also as a researcher, having these issues with media bias again, this would be a good example for us, and we may even be able to help this person. And you can also have, like, you can get through the publication bias and have a peer-reviewed study in a journal, but nobody is writing about it. So this kind of people could also call me or call us. And it could be an issue like this homeopathy study I was telling you about. Could happen again in another country. And not to forget, if some of you by incident find a very good opportunity for us for funding, we are reaching out. Like every idealistic project, we are starting from zero, but we are fine with that so far. I should, not to forget, I've given you some data about the FrontierNet and about the Scientific and Medical Network, which I really think you should know, all of you. And it's all there on the glass table. You can pick one of those handouts, or you can approach me and take a picture of me. So it's also here. Yeah. Whoa. Any questions? We have a minute. Whoa. I didn't know. Feel free, or approach me later. That's your choice. But anyway, thank you for being here, and thank you for listening to me right now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Madsen. That was Mr. Jasper Madsen talking about the media bias and the cure for it. The support between journalists worldwide is crucial, as well as not being biased, and also the awareness and curiosity of the public about complementary and alternative medicine. I would like to introduce our next speaker, next presenter. It will be Dr. Jaivant Bhagatjee from South Africa. He's a versatile practitioner from South Africa with qualifications in Ananetib, Chinese medicine and acupuncture, Ayurveda, yoga, meditation, Tai Chi, and Qigong. He's a dedicated wellness consultant and a respected member of the Allied Health Professions Council. Please welcome.
Namaste. Dobre Rano. At the start, I'd like to thank Dr. Thomas for allowing me to be here, and also Dr. Bhaswati for allowing me to dare to dream, for the positive power of thinking, and also being a positive role model. So, I come from South Africa, and this is a map of Africa. It's in the southernmost tip, and this is Czech Republic. So, the purpose of today's talk is to share information and see what resources are available to us so we can share common ground. So this is just a brief introduction to South Africa. We have our national flower, the protea flower, and we have our national animal, which is the springbok. It just so happens that in 1995, our Springboks won the World Cup, and this is our late President Nelson Mandela, and these are one of our best cricketers, the Proteas, This is our beautiful Table Mountain. And in 2010, we hosted the World Cup. And we are also famous for the vuvuzela that makes a lot of noise. So that is just a brief introduction to South Africa. We're going to talk about the policies in South Africa and the history of it. But I think it's also important to talk about the history of South Africa. In South Africa, we have a population of approximately 51 million individuals. The Dutch East India Company, or the VOC, colonized the Cape in 1652. And the ports were used as refreshment stations for ships, passing by with fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat for the sailors. In 1948, the Nationalist Party created the apartheid system, which had left the majority of the black population of the country with social injustice, inhumane practices, and inequality of basic needs. Up until 1994, when Nelson Mandela was elected as the first non-white political prisoner president of a democratic South Africa, and was also honored to be the recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. There are an estimated 220,000 traditional African healers that practice without formal standards. 80% usage rate among the population as traditional African healing is culturally entrenched, accessible, and affordable. However, formalization of training for regulated professions need to be enforced. There are concerns about the unregulated status of traditional African medicine. In 2007, the Traditional Health Practitioners Act was passed, but to date, the envisaged statutory council has not come into being. There's a strong parallel of history repeating itself. The Allied Health Professions Council of South Africa. There are 13 professions regulated under the council, being aromatherapy, Ayurveda, Chinese medicine and acupuncture, chiropractics, homeopathy, naturopathy, osteopathy, phytotherapy, therapeutic massage, therapeutic reflexology, and Unani medicine. The HPCSA is mandated in terms of the Act 63 of 1982 to promote and protect the health of the public, manage, administer, and set policies, investigate complaints, administer the registration of persons, and set standards for the education and training of intending practitioners. The early regulation in South Africa, the Allied Health Professions Act number 63 of 1982, initiated the regulation. The primary professions that were regulated were homeopathy and chiropractor. Support from the government for establishment of training, the role of Witwatersrand University and Durban University of Technology included a 6-year program and is currently running to date. In 1982, there was a short window period which opened for naturopathy, Western herbalism, and osteopathy. In 1989, the private colleges for these three shut down. Post-democracy calls in 1996 were to call to reopen the registry. Western herbalism was redefined to phytotherapy, and osteopaths subsumed under chiropractic registry. In 2000, Allied Health Professions Act amended to include more professions, including Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine, Unani Tib, therapeutic reflexology, massage, and aromatherapy. The role of Allied Health Council in South Africa in administrating and enforcing the Act. There's been a close relationship and collaboration with the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority since 2013. Observations on flourishing and declining professions have been observed since the early 2000s. This is just a small table to show the decline of registration with the Allied Council from 3141 to 2536, from a time period of 2005 to 2023. Let's talk about the South African Society of Integrative Medicine. The South African Society of Integrative Medicine was formed in 2001 and is currently not endorsed by the Health Professions Council of South Africa and the Allied Health Professions Council of South Africa. all members are registered within their own respective councils with a special interest in integrative medicine. Having said that, there's a thriving integrative medicine community in Cape Town with regular weekly meetings with various local and international guest speakers. Individuals have a right to choose natural health modalities which empower the patients to take ownership of their own health, fostering a positive therapeutic relation between the patient and practitioner. Over the past few days, we've heard the use of cannabis in the role of alleviating insomnia, alleviating pain. Let's talk about the use of cannabis in a South African context. So cannabis is restricted by the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act of 1992. It's classified under the Medicines and Related Substances Act. It is enforced in line with international drug control conventions, and it is also compared with international norms. In 2018, the Constitutional Court ruling showed that previous acts deemed unconstitutional for private cannabis use. Currently, adults of 18 years and over can now grow, possess, and use cannabis privately. The private cannabis bill is currently being reviewed and is still a law yet to be passed. There are commercial restrictions, which include the selling and buying of cannabis, which remains illegal. CBD has been removed from the higher schedules of medicines in 2018. However, there are still current restrictions for CBD products, which include the package size, which cannot be more than 600 milligrams. The daily upper intake may not be more than 20 milligrams. The THC content cannot be more than 1 part per million. And only approved low-risk claims may be approved. The Section 21 exemption application to SAHPRA for cannabis products containing THC. So in such an application, the practitioner would have to motivate why no other existing medication would not achieve the same therapeutic outcome. A Section 21 exemption allows for 3 months' supply of such a product and would not have to be reapplied for 3 months, if needed. There are no registered cannabis-based products containing THC in South Africa. Therefore, they have to be imported at a high cost to the patient. This is a costly barrier to access that few can afford. For example, SAHPRA only allows cannabis-based products which are registered or licensed by foreign drug regulatory authorities. One such product is Epidiolex, which is licensed in USA by the FDA, which costs approximately $32,500 a year. Another product is Marinol, which costs approximately $9,000 for a 12-month supply. This is prohibitive cost barrier for the patients, and this is creating an emergence of a black market for cannabis production. There's a need for a balanced approach to ensure affordability and safety. The way forward for cannabis regulation. Current regulatory frameworks are dated. When compared with other products like tobacco and alcohol, there's a need for a modern scientific approach to cannabis regulation. We should emphasize a risk-based approach. This risk-based approach should consider comparative risks of cannabis against other medications in the different schedules. It's no longer sustainable to keep cannabis in a higher schedules where modern scientific reviews have established its lower risk base, especially in comparison to freely available products such as alcohol and tobacco. Unequal regulatory landscape. The existing regulatory body for allied health practitioners, as well as an absence of regulatory framework for traditional health practitioners. There's a disparity in the law's application, and there's a need for a consolidated approach to achieve health equity. African traditional medicine, the uncharted territory. A significant part of South African healthcare uses 80% of traditional African medicine. The act has not yet come to, law has not come to pass, where we are aiming to regulate African traditional medicine. There's a necessity of recognizing an integrated traditional medicine into the formal healthcare system. Training and global opportunities. Academic training is supervised by the Allied Health Professions Council of South Africa. It's governed by the Higher Education Act and SAQA requirements for foreigners. There's a challenge where private institutions cannot offer courses leading to HPCSA registration. There's potential for global partnerships, collaborations with universities and training institutions abroad, enhancing the reputation and reach of South African health professions. There's potential for global bodies like WHO to assist South Africa for standardizing training and practices, funding and research opportunities, collaborative programs to uplift traditional medicine standards, and highlighting the importance of public-private partnerships, and also to encourage international universities to offer courses and promote knowledge exchange. The conclusion and path ahead. We can have a look at the recap of the evolution of the allied health professions, but what's more important is the gap that we find in the African traditional medicine, where the upcoming G20 summit in South Africa is going to take place, and looking at opportunities where we can grow this untapped sector. There's also a call to action, encouraging the audience to be proactive and seeking change and embracing new opportunities. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Baswati Bhattacharya, Anthony Rees, Pramila Vasan, and thank you so much for your attention. Pram Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Bhagatji. And people like Dr. Bhagatji are so important for places like South Africa. And we are truly honored that you were able to join us and contribute to our platform. It seems that despite all the challenges that South Africa has been facing regarding holistic modalities and integrated medicine and the related herbal products, there are still 220,000 traditional South African practitioners and healers. And hopefully, it will all become the new norm, thanks to, hopefully, this platform and this conference, this Congress will contribute to all of that. Our next presenter is going to be virtual pre-recorded footage. So we have a video with Dr. Milena Simeoni from Italy. She's an accomplished naturopath and reflexologist and educator, teaching director of Lumen School of Naturopathy. So I will ask the studio for connecting us with the footage and playing her presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I sincerely thank the organization and in particular Thomas Pfeiffer who invited me. I'm sorry I will not be able to be there, but I will try to be close to you, even if far away. This is a summary of my speech, outline of the history of traditional European and Mediterranean medicine, which I call TEM, fundamentals and principles of TEM, TEM within the Salus project, how TEM can be updated, why now it is the right time to do it. I start by presenting a quick overview of the development over time of what we call TEM and its principles that have changed over the course of history thanks to the contribution of various distinguished thinkers. The geographical development of TEM, as the term traditional European and Mediterranean medicine is intended to recall, and as can be seen in the picture, was first Mediterranean and then European. I will now continue with a summary of the Hippocratic principles and TEM fundamentals. Among them, primum non nocere is a fundamental principle that, although easy to understand, is too often evaluated in a superficial way nowadays. The concepts of life force and causalism are of no less value. Causalism teaches that only by identifying and changing the causes of imbalance can the related manifestation be changed. Causes that for them are to be found in the totality of the individual that represent the soil in which the symptom germinates. Only by influencing the whole can the various symptomatic manifestation be modified. Another cardinal principle of TEM is the crisis, understood as the process of exacerbation aimed at transforming and/or resolving what has become chronic. Crisis is an indispensable step in restoring the state of health and can only take place in a complete manner when the psychosoma has sufficient life force. Another founding principle in the holistic view, which, as mentioned for causalism, make it possible to shift the focus from the symptom to the individual as a whole. The holistic view is inseparable from analogical thinking, which allows us to bring together what to logical thinking is incomparable, such as body forms, moods, tastes, and seasons. Today we will also mention the Hippocratic principle contraria contraris curantum, which is still conveyed by TEM today. With the aim of helping to restore balance, it uses stimulus and remedies of a contrary nature to those that characterize the daily habits of the individual being observed. Returning to the concept of vis medicatrix naturae, it should be emphasized that it represents a real paradigm shift. In fact, TEM teaches, contrary to the common view, that to restore the state of health, it is necessary to support the life force rather than fight against the symptom. Analogical thinking, another fundamental principle of TEM, proposes a particular view of creation in which man and environment are made up of these same qualities indicated in the center of the image: hot, cold, dry, and humid or wet. As far as the view outside the individual is concerned, these coupling qualities characterize the four elements: hot and humid, air; hot and dry, fire; cold and dry, earth; cold and humid, water. Moving as in a continuum from outside to inside the individual, each element is represented by one of the four cardinal humors. This means that within the individual, air is represented by blood or sanguis, also hot and humid. Fire is represented by yellow bile, also hot and dry. Earth is represented by black bile, also cold and dry. And finally, water is by phlegm, also cold and humid. This tetradic vision broadens further to associate the dominance of the mood with a precise constitution that will be characterized by the same specificities of the element and the corresponding mood. If sanguis dominates, the individual is sanguine and tends to be more joyful and sociable. If, on the other hand, yellow bile dominates, the subject is bilious and, like fire, expresses strength, determination, and focus. If black bile dominates, the individual is melancholic, more reflective, and more capable of introspection. If, finally, phlegm dominates, the subject is phlegmatic and, like water, is superficially softer and more placid. When the relationship between the four cardinal humors is harmonious, what the ancient called crasis is realized, synonymous with the healthy state. When this balanced relationship fails, various types of dyscrasia can be generated. If this persists for a long time, or if other factors are present, a qualitative alteration of the humors called cacochemia arises, which, together with the dyscrasia, represent the ideal soil for the development of disease. In turn, crisis, dyscrasia, and cacochemia are profoundly influenced by lifestyle, bearing in mind that each individual tends to develop behavior and symptoms consistent with the qualities that characterize his or her specific constitution element and corresponding mood. If, for example, we apply analogical thinking to the study and evaluation of stools, it is relatively easy to understand that the stools of a subject dominated by heat, whether sanguine or bilious, will tend to be more malodorous than the stools of a subject dominated by cold. Continuing with the same interpretative model, it is easy to understand that the stool of a person dominated by dryness, whether melancholic or bilious, tend to be drier, whereas those of a person dominated by wetness, by humidity, whether phlegmatic or sanguine, tend to be stickier and richer in what we commonly call mucus. It is not coincident that Hippocrates says it is more important to know what kind of person has a disease than to know what kind of disease a person has. How does TEM proceed to define a subject type? Several techniques can be used, which allows one to recognize in a small part, eye, pulse, the totality of individual. This principle, common to many traditional medicine, teaches how one to observe the macrocosm and the microcosm. In this respect, TEM proposes different analog reflexes analyses, from morphology to constitutional tests, from pulse, tongue, feet, irises and back to urinoscopy. Personally, I also apply to this technique a right and left differential analysis that associates the sign of the right hemisphere with the analytical language of the left hemisphere, while those on the left with the systemic language of the right hemisphere. Among the more classical practices that we can ascribe to TEM are classical massage, lymph drainage, food reflexology, moxa, cupping, and treatments involving the elements of nature, such as hydromad treatments and sun baths. In countries such as Switzerland, Austria, and Germany, TEM also offers Cantaride patches, leeches, and the Baunscheid method, which are permitted under their specific regulations. Within Salus, how is TEM contextualized? The European Salus project, by proposing to build bridges between health care and health promotion, between reductionism and holism, between health and non-health professionals, between health and the environment, between philosophy and science, is in line with what TEM proposes. To summarize, the 10 principles are suitable tools for building bridges proposed by Salus, and they are both rooted in the promotion of health as the 3 phases of the Hippocratic intervention teach. First, Igea, the lifestyles, then Panacea, the remedies, and finally, Ferro, a form of rudimentary surgery represented, for example, by bandages. Hippocrates, as is well known, placed the relationship between nutrition and motor activity at the center of his intervention. Well described is one of his most famous phrases. If we were able to provide each person with the right amount of nutrition and exercise, neither in defect nor in excess, we would have found the road to health. Where does what has been said so far lead us? In the combination of diet and movement produces health, lifestyle neglect creates the conditions for disease. The conclusion of this research is in line with what has just been said. Lifestyle can make a big difference. As you can see the diagram, mental stress, sedentary lifestyles, excessive calorie intake and an unhealthy diet promote the development of various diseases such as anxiety, depression, cancer, heart attack, dementia and many more. The ancient not only knew the relationship between an unhealthy lifestyle and loss of health, they also knew how to take constitutional tendencies into account. The bridges that Salus wants to build and the TEM strategy are pathways to real resilience. Let me explain, as mentioned at the beginning, the contraria contraris curantur model, by taking the individual out of his or her comfort zone, reduces the global chronicity generated by habitual behavior. Hippocrates stated in this regard, if someone wishes to recover his health, he must first be asked if he is ready to eliminate the causes of his illness. Only then will it be possible to help me. Can we describe the resilience-health relationship by building bridges between holism and reductionism and between philosophy and science? Yes, when talking about resilience, the parameter of heart rate variability, or HRV, can help us understand the valuable relationship between resilience and health. HRV is a measure of the variations in time between heartbeats. HRV resilience and health longevity are directly proportional. More resilience, more HRV. More healthy longevity, conversely, less resilience, less HRV, less healthy longevity. There are scientific works that highlight this relationship. In this scheme, it is observed that HRV decreases when there are hypertension, obesity, and other pathologies. On the contrary, this other study highlights the inverse relationship. HRV is higher in those who reduce calorie intake or increase the consumption of plant food. These studies instead show how HRV also increases with contact, meditation, yoga, singing, and breathing technique. About this, Plato says, one should not try to heal the eyes without the head, nor the head without the body, likewise the body without the soul. If the whole is not well, it is impossible for the part to be well. In addition to making TEM known in institutional settings and teaching it, we have included it in the well-being proposals of 3 centers, in Lumen, at the Tea Spazio of the Tabiano Thermal Establishment, and at the Home Spa of Palazzo Belvedere in Montecatini Spa. The latter will be the site of a before-after pilot study that will use HRV to measure the degree of well-being that TEM-PEV can generate. These 3 centers also offer massage technique to support the antagonist element, for example, in the presence of a blast dyscrasia, intervention with earth manual skills of antagonist of air favors the restoration of the lost balance. How can TEM be updated? The emergency strategies of the COVID period have highlighted the extent to which health promotion represents a gap in the system. Salus proposes to fill the void with professionals who motivate and support citizens to embrace healthier, sustainable and rebalancing lifestyles for each constitution, the health promoter and environmental sustainability. Traditional medicine practitioners, be they naturopath, life coaches, DPN practitioners, and health professionals, could make a huge difference as promoters of health and environmental sustainability. Why is this the most suitable time? For several reasons. Firstly, because the split between treatment and health promotion became particularly evident, because the recognition of TEM in Switzerland represents a valuable experience, because general interest in TEM is growing, because on 25th of August 2023 the Italian TEM coordination was born within Salus, and because in June 2023 the first TEM forum was held in St. Gallen. Furthermore, the WHO organized the first global summit on traditional medicine in India on August 17th and 18th, 2023, and we are convinced that TEM has the right to participate in this initiative too. On 8th September, we wrote to Dr. Kluge, WHO Regional Director Europe, because we think the time is ripe to integrate TEM into a European health promotion strategy, and that is in line with the One Health policy. Next step include in January or February 2024 an event in the European Parliament on the value of TEM promoted by Salus. In June 2024, the second TEM forum in Vienna. June 2025, the third TEM forum in San Pietrangelo, Italy. In conclusion, TEM is an excellent tool to put health instead of disease, ethics instead of economics, encounter instead of confrontation at our center. Together we can make the difference. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to meet you soon in person.
That was Dr. Milena Simeoni, and we are very grateful that she could at least be with us virtually. We will now have a short coffee break of 10 minutes. So I would like to encourage the next following speaker, which is Anthony Przechta, to arrive to the porting station to get his microphone and get ready for his presentation, as we will resume after 10 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break. We will now continue with our next presenter, who is Antoni Przechta from Poland. He is a healing therapist, spiritual healing teacher, psychotherapist, and artist with expertise in spiritual healing and extrasensory perception. He offers individual and group therapy in Polish and English. He is a certified teacher of the Polish Association of Spiritual Healers and has taught unconventional medicine at London medical schools. Antoni holds artistic degrees from Krakow, Vienna, and Royal Academy in London. He's also known from promoting complementary methods, participating in conferences, and running workshops worldwide to empower personal and spiritual development. Please welcome.
Thank you very much for such a beautiful introduction. I feel already better. And thank you for this wonderful Congress, World Health Congress. Thank you, Thomas Pfeiffer, for organizing it. I would like to talk today about spiritual healing, which in my opinion should be included within the health service as a very gentle therapy, which would be very useful for the patients. And my professional way started about 30 years ago while still living in London. I went through a fascination period of healing and then promotional, educational stages of healing, and then I realized that we really need to promote this kind of therapy. And I was lucky enough to start teaching about 22 years ago, to start teaching, introducing spiritual healing to the medical students of the Royal London Hospital. And it was really something very first, because at that time not many students were introduced to complementary techniques. My practice of healing, teaching, running an organization of healers, taking part in the scientific conferences, and being present in the media always had a main goal to promote healing as a professional method of medicine, which has its explanation through results in patients getting healthier, what can be confirmed through science, so-called evidence-based medicine. Just I wanted to stretch it that evidence-based medicine confirms existing of healing and that it's being very helpful towards bringing patient to health. This issue I would like to share with you as a spiritual healing, that healing is holistic, patient-friendly, beneficial to patient, also cost-effective, with no side effects, complementary to other methods of treatment, promoting great health and being of real prevention step, and often playing key component in coming back to full health when sometimes it looks like the patient can't be helped. Healing can be also supportive in well-being on all levels, on somatic, emotional, spiritual, and social. In a way, making it simple, healing would be such a therapy or way of life where one connects with your inner self and with the source, and with the help of a healer or practitioner of healing, you could actually get the connection to practice self-healing on yourself. So spiritual healing can be defined as a method of regaining balance of mind, body, and emotions. I like the definition, the scientific definition of healing made by Dr. Daniel Benor, who's done really a lot towards defining and bringing all the research together. for healing. And then, so the definition is that spiritual healing is defined as a systematic, purposeful intervention by one or more people to help other living beings, humans, animals, plants, and other organisms, through focused intention, touching, or holding hands near another being, without using physical, chemical, or conventional interventions. Spiritual healing can help in various ways on various levels. Sessions of spiritual healing are not only just to transfer energy. Often people associated with just holding hands and transferring energy. The spiritual healing starts with a conversation, with listening to a patient, giving him a chance to discover, to express something what is within himself. Quite often is to do with a difficult situation in life and different issues which would, in a psychosomatic way, go towards the illness, or through healing, conversation, forgiveness, would bring a patient to harmony and at the same time to health. There are many words describing healing, and when I show you some research, then obviously the names of the healing may vary, but they will be treating the same thing. So what happens during a healing session? Healing session is in a relaxed atmosphere, usually lasts no more than an hour, sometimes half an hour, but this is not a therapy which lasts only just a few minutes. The healer walks with hands close to a patient. Patient feels some tingling, cold, or pressure, and very often falls asleep. During such session, it's very popular now that healing takes place in form of distance healing. So it means that the healer is in different place when the patient, and it's very useful in situations when we cannot get to the patient. So it can help with a range of physical, mental, spiritual, emotional elements, sometimes to really astonishing degree. Also, it's beneficial, and hospitals are mainly interested when we have to do with chronic disease, where nothing else can help, and it's something which is applied to patients is very expensive. I would like to draw your attention to some research, and as I mentioned already, Dr. Benor, and he is the author of Spiritual Healing, Scientific Validation, and also of the whole definition material in my opinion, the best book about complementary and alternative medicine, which is the essential of complementary and alternative medicine, which I suggest everyone to get to know. There's some scientific evidence for, actually there are lots of scientific evidence for the fact that healing is supportive in bringing a patient back to health. And for instance, the randomized controlled trials here made by the Confederation of Healing Organizations in the UK, which proves that healing is very helpful. Also, therapeutic touch stimulates the proliferation of human cells, what means that it helps in getting patients better. This is some research by Gloria Gronovich. It's interesting with healing in therapeutic touch, where therapeutic touch in cancer cells, where the cancer cells don't grow, but the normal cells grow at the same time. So which means that healing can be applied to cancer patients and they can get better. To do with dementia, in chemotherapy, that the state of well-being of the patient is better. So I only have chosen a few elements of the research to show that it is supported by evidence-based medicine. I wanted to say a few words about Dr. Healer Network. It was also organized and it's still existing, such an organization which helps doctors and healers get together and practice. And there's, you see, 9 points which are important in order to collaborate in a very reasonable way. Who can learn and practice spiritual healing? Practically everyone can practice healing as long as they are emotionally stable and healthy. But also we obviously invite doctors and medical practitioners. But also interesting it is that healing can be practiced by people who have some disabilities, people who are blind, elderly, because they don't require, apart from peaceful mind and openness, they don't require any special things in order to practice. In Poland, we train in a very similar way as it is done in other countries. It's important, the most important is that the patient is safe, and then the patient gets helped through spiritual healing. Then the institute which I run, Instytut Realizacji Siebie, organizes the courses, and they are accredited by the Polish Association of Spiritual Healers, which is the organization which we've set up in 2007 in order to give a chance for people to have a representation in Poland and according to Polish law. So now we have about 300 people who are members of the association. Obviously, we have our code of conduct, which is going along with different codes of conduct which were introduced at this conference. Generally, we are not telling people how they should learn, how they should treat themselves, whether they should take drugs or not should take drugs. The doctors take this part. We're working mainly on supporting the patient to get his own power in order to get recovered. So we don't diagnose. We see it as a complementary therapy, but not as an alternative. In some countries, healers have insurance. Unfortunately, at this stage in Poland, insuring companies don't want to insure us because they don't see any danger in healing if we don't touch. But I think that because there's so much request for insurance that we'll need to organize it in some way. After training, we have about 2 years of practice as a student and then exams. So you see a photograph of one of the latest exam. Obviously, examiners don't teach. Examiners are independent from people who organize everything. We are very much interested in collaborating with the health system, and my aim is to bring spiritual healing into public health service. I feel that such a very useful therapy should be paid from the public sources. And sometimes we manage to get a bit closer to that point, and I believe that one day it will happen. We still have some issues which I think come from a lack of information. And that was interesting. About 20 years ago, we were very close to bring healing into public health service. And now it looks like we have a very good vocabulary. We can communicate, but somehow the interests are still somehow away, one from the other away. Our main goal is to help people to get better and to help society. Obviously, the World Health Organization in traditional medicine strategy stretches very much that healing should be available and that the government should help with promoting, doing research and so on. And it would be very useful to use healing in hospitals, in private practice. There's some research done in hospitals. So just the last few slides. It would be very important to look for a strategy in which many countries could support each other. We as practitioners, we could support each other in order to bring healing into a public space, and healing as all other therapies which were introduced here. So thank you very much, and keep in touch with the idea, what can we do together, how can we support each other in order to bring all therapies, I think, together rather than separately. We have bigger chance because there are more of us then. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was Dr. Przechta. The goal is for the people to feel better. And Dr. Przechta has brought forward an aspect of us as humans that is a vital part of who we are, the spiritual aspect. And there was a quote in the previous presentation that also kind of sums it all up, what Dr. Przechta said. I was talking about, you can't heal the eyes without healing the head, and you cannot heal the head without healing the body, but also you cannot heal the body without healing the soul. So thank you so much, and we have our next presenter, who is Dr. Naveen Gupta from the United Kingdom. Dr. Naveen Gupta has been practicing and teaching Ayurveda medicine for 4 decades, out of which the first 2 decades he practiced in Delhi, and the last 2 decades in Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom. Dr. Gupta is one of the very highly specialized Vaida in pulse diagnosis, herbology, and Marma, the vital points in human physiology, and Pancha Karma. Dr. Gupta has a deep interest in a whole range of Vedic healing arts, sciences, and technologies for achieving the highest quality of health and consciousness. For the question asked by his students and patients related to his talk today on Vedic psychotherapy, how Ayurveda fixes the challenges in functioning and relationships in a day-to-day basis by a person in these times. Dr. Gupta brings an ancient wisdom and pure knowledge of Rishi and Maharishi with a new cover in these modern times in his signature style. Over to Dr. Gupta, who represents the United Kingdom and the Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Dr. Tomasz, to invite me for this beautiful Congress. I'm not used to sit and talk because I've been teaching all the time while I'm walking freely on the podium, but here the space is less, so I'll try my best to manage. Before I move to the next slides, I would like to talk about what is Vedic psychotherapy. And here I want to tell that the Vedic world has come from Vedas. And my guru, first of all, I say Jai Gurudev to everybody. My guru, Shri Maharshi Mahesh Yogi Ji, he introduced me for the first time in 1986, while I already graduated in 1983. So this is my 45th year in Ayurveda. And Guru Maharshi told at one of the conferences which I was attending for the Vaidyas in Delhi, he spoke in Hindi, of course, and he told that in Ayurveda today, there is only Ayur and Veda is missing. And that is true. That was true also. And I was also one of the practitioners in Delhi who was practicing Ayur, not the Veda. I admit it today. But when I heard Maharshi saying that, then I make a paradigm shift in my practice, and I practiced Veda. So Veda, what is Veda? Veda is the source of integral knowledge and pure and just pure science, tradition and culture of a remarkable and distinguished civilization. These are the oral compilations which my Guruji used to say. I'm just repeating that. These are oral compilation of distilled wisdom that is inherent in universal soul, the cosmic consciousness. When you know an hourglass and the sand comes from the hourglass. So Maharshi used to say one time that the whole cosmic consciousness, the whole galaxies and galaxy of galaxies, imagine that is the hourglass, and there is sand. Each and every particle is one galaxy in itself. And then in the hourglass, the galaxy comes to the individual through our Brahmarandra, the surface of our Brahmana, our self. Then he used to say that, so this is how we receive the knowledge, from the cosmic consciousness to be the individual consciousness. This is what Maharshi used to say, and I'm just Shishya, pupil of Maharshi, so I will just take his talks forward. Then the next thing is that, what is psychotherapy? Before I come to Vedic psychotherapy, I'll just try to say what is psychotherapy. One of my great admirer of one of the person who is sitting here, Rajaji from Italy, and Professor Bruno, and because he's a psychiatrist and he will be speaking after me, and I know what he's going to speak about, 3 things which I will not speak so that we don't overlap each other. So psychotherapy or psychological therapy is the use of talking methods, particularly when based on regular personal interaction. It's not that a patient is coming to a psychiatrist and you had one-time discussion and it's over. It should be a regular personal interaction, one-to-one level. And to help a person change behavior, increase happiness, and overcome the problems. Psychotherapy aims to improve an individual's mental health and emotional well-being to resolve or mitigate troublesome behaviors, beliefs, compulsions, thoughts, or emotions, and to improve relationships and social skills. This is the most important part today about the psychiatry, the relationships and social skills. So this is why I've explored 4 stages of Vedic psychotherapy. And I will never say that I have explored, but I didn't find any good meaning because I'm speaking to the audience in English. So if I would have been speaking in my language, my mother tongue, which is Hindi, and pure Hindi, then I would have said differently. But here I'm saying that I've explored the 4 stages of Vedic psychotherapy. Preparing for the therapy, that's 1. 2, practicing therapy, that's 2. Protecting therapy, that's 3. And perfecting therapy, that's 4. So practicing, protecting, preparing, practicing, protecting, and perfecting. That's the psychotherapy. And that's Vedic psychotherapy. With simple exercises and takeaways. Psychiatry is a very, very simple subject. It is so simple. Any patient for any disease, from small depression or sleep disorders to small headaches, I'm talking about the small, to senile dementia, to Alzheimer's, to whatever length you can talk about, bipolar disorder. Psychiatry is so simple to handle when it comes to Vedic psychotherapy. But unfortunately, the psychiatrists all over the world, they have made our subject so complicated, then the whole issue is getting so much over-exaggerated in the whole world. While the psychiatry is so simple. So we have to just, these 4 principles, and we are reaching to the right goals. I will tell that one thing here. I'm from Ayurveda. I'm a physician. And I do see patients all the time. And we first and foremost thing for a physician of an Ayurveda is to make a pulse diagnosis. And pulse diagnosis is not just about what is practiced in the West, just to say about what is your constitution, what is your prakriti, what is your biotype, what is your mind type. It's much, much beyond than that. And there are many, many levels. As you dive in a sea, or you dive in a river, or you dive in a lake, then you know how many pressures are different levels. So the same thing in pulse diagnosis, which is my specialty. And Maharshi Ayurveda Nadi Pariksha. This is called Maharshi Ayurveda Pulse Examination. And secondly, Dut Nadi Pariksha. That means if somebody is carrying the message from one of the person related to him, sitting distantly, maybe few 100,000 miles away, still, if you take because this person is carrying the bhava, the impressions of that person in him or her, if I check as a pulse diagnosis specialist, the pulse of that person, from this person, I can go to that person who is sitting thousands of miles. And that is called Dut Nadi Pariksha, Messenger Nadi Pariksha. My teacher for that was guided by, I went to Bharaspati Dev Triguna ji, we call it Bade Vaidya ji, whose son used to be my college mate, Devinder. And I studied in Tibia College in Delhi University. And his father, I went to his father to know more deeper about the pulse diagnosis. He was so busy, 300 patients per day he was seeing. So I could see some patients distantly with him, but I was not allowed to go very deeper into talks with him because he was so extremely busy. And then he told me, Naveen, if you give me answer of this, but he asked me some verses from our Ayurveda books. If you give me this answer, I'll say to you something today. And I gave that answer in Sanskrit. And he said to me, I'm sending you to Pandit Satyadev Vasishtha, which is around 200 kilometers away from Delhi, north. And I went to him to learn all this pulse diagnosis. So I'm happy to share that I'm a Maharshi Ayurveda pulse diagnosis specialist. Now, with Dr. Pandey and Dr. Bruno, we were discussing in the coffee break. So I call it tea break. But we are in Prague, so we can call it coffee break. I call it tea break. So, or rather, if you're in India, I call it chai break. But let us see that. Then we were discussing about it, that how you see the whole human body, and then how you enter into the head cavity. So I mentioned that, I'm saying that now. If we divide our body, we can divide simply into the 4 departments. Simply 4 departments. So the head department, the thorax department, the abdominal department, and the pelvic department, pelvis. If you divide the 4 departments, then every department has 7 lives. In every department, there is 7 lives. And today I'm going to talk only about one department, and that too, Patitpu, only very little. Because if I start talking about it, I cannot stop for days and days. And forget about hours and hours. I'm teaching for days and days. Months and months, years and years I'm talking for last 30 years in Europe. When we talk about the head department, I said 7 lives. There will be 3 pairs and only one. So 3 pairs, that makes 6, and 1 that makes 7. So I will not ask anybody because it is less time. Otherwise, the hooter will come and then I will not be able to speak too much about it. So I will not ask this question. Normally, I should have asked this to all of you. And I'm 100% sure when we say 7 lives, everybody, one by one, would have come up and I don't have to teach anything. But I will say now. We have 2 eyes. We have 2 ears. We have 2 nostrils. That makes 6 lives. And what one is remaining? This I can ask. That is only 1. There's not 2. What's that? Can I ask that? Mouth. So simple. So if I would have asked you before also, you would have replied all the eyes, ears, everything very simple. Now, the crux of the story is that these are the 7 lives. Now I have to a little bit take paper so that I don't talk too much about it. As I said, in every department or cavity, there reside 7 lives. We call it 7 pranas. So Panch prana in the 7 pranas. 5 prana in 1 prana, and then we are talking about the 7 pranas. So you can calculate how much prana we are talking about. And that is about performance of actions, which usually termed as Indriya. We call it Indriya because it comes from the Lord Indra. The whole knowledge of Ayurveda has come from the Lord Indra. Then passed on to Jai Gurudev, passed on to Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, and now I'm the disciple of him. So I'm so grateful to have that teachings. So what I want to say here is that this Indriya, you know about cognitive organs, you know about organ of actions. So we call it Jnana Indriya, the cognitive organs, and we call it Karma Indriya, the functioning organs. So we have 10 Indriyas in our human physiology. And let me come to the point. The center of the 7 lives, I'm sorry, I will be speaking very fast now. The center of the 7 lives, this is most important. There is one central life which gives strength to all the 7 lives. There is one central life which will give strength to all 7 lives. So this is the crux to all KNO specialists, ENT specialists in the whole world, psychiatrists in the whole world, the ophthalmologist in the whole world, the buccal surgeon or buccal physician in the whole world, and the ENT I already spoke. Anyway, so out of the 7 lives, the center of the 7 lives is the strength of the 7 lives. And this is Brahmarandra, from where all the super consciousness is entering into you. And what is Brahmarandra? This is the cervice of Brahmana, the crown. The crown of the head is called Brahmana, and I'm very after second bhuta, I should stop. The Brahmarandra is the one which is controlling the 7 lives. So any ophthalmologist, any ENT specialist, any psychiatrist, listen loud and clear. In letter and spirit I'm talking, that the whole essence is in the one central life, that is our Brahmarandra. Crown, you can call it crown chakra. Thank you very much. Jai Gurudev.
Thank you. And that was Dr. Gupta, and we thank him very much for his wonderful presentation. He was talking about the Vedic psychotherapy, mental health, and emotional well-being, the importance of a true personal connection and a Vedic approach. Connection which dramatically differs from the conventional approach, and it would be really interesting and beneficial to see these 2 approaches connecting. Our next presenter is already here, and it is Mrs. Alison McWhinney from the United Kingdom. She is the Director of Development at Harry Edwards Healing Sanctuary. And this company promotes spiritual healing, which is a simple, safe, and supportive energy therapy that aims to bring balance to mind, body, and soul, as well as to stimulate the body's own natural healing ability. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, I'd like to start off with a huge thank you to Thomas and everybody who has organised this conference. What an excellent congress it has been, and what fantastic speakers we have had so far. So I hope I don't disappoint in comparison. Which way do I press this on? What, this one? That one? No, to the right. There we go. Healing in medicine today. Isn't it so important that spiritual healing, which is what the Harry Edwards Sanctuary covers, and medicine work in an integrated fashion going forward, supporting the well-being not only of patients, but also of medical staff as well. Let's hear it for the doctors and the nurses. They have been through so much in the UK, particularly over the last 2 years with the pandemic, and I'll touch on this a little bit more. So, in our view, healing is a classic complementary therapy that is still very much fit for modern times and an effective partner to help in the current health crisis. This is a picture of the front of the building of the Healing Sanctuary. We're based in Sheer in Surrey, and our strapline is wherever you are, we're here for you. So we're not just here for the people of Surrey, we're here for people worldwide. Background to the sanctuary was it was established by world-renowned healer Harry Edwards, is a registered charity, and is a member of UK Healers as well, which is an overseeing governing body that sets standards in training for healers and how we actually practice healing as well. And this is the man himself, Harry Edwards, the healer. He's written a number of books on the subject, which, although written several decades ago, are still very relevant today. And as a healer myself, I found them extremely beneficial to read some top tips from the man himself. So what do we do at the Harry Edwards Healing Sanctuary? Well, essentially, we help people and animals when they are ill, stressed, or simply in need of some relaxation and regenerative me time. And as I've alluded, the NHS has been showing significant strain as we emerge from the pandemic. And both doctors and nurses have been under unprecedented levels of sustained stress and trauma after more than 2 years of treating COVID patients. And we've had some quite strong stories in the media about this current predicament. And even the British Medical Association commented on the problem just really last month. And what is frightening is behind each of those numbers is a person. So those are quite staggering figures. So we feel that spiritual healing can help bring a helping hand to the situation, and bringing healers in partnership with health, with medicine, can help make a positive difference all round. And it can help and support the positive impact of medical care and treatment. And essentially, it does not cause any harm. There are no side effects, so what have you got to lose? You actually don't need to be ill to benefit from healing, because it can be given for stress and relaxation, as well as any illness, stress, or injury as a therapy, and aids better sleep. And we could all do with more of that, couldn't we? So even if you're not well, the fact that you have periodic spiritual healing sessions can really help build your immune system against falling ill. It can even be of help to terminally ill patients because it helps them relax, and it can help ameliorate the impact of the medication they're under and the pain that they might be in as well. So we view healing as a calming treatment which works on all levels of your body, physical, emotional, and mental. And in our practice, it's understood as the directing of universal energy to your body through the hands and the mind of the healer with specific thought for your needs. And it can help you deal with cope with whatever you're dealing with in life. So absolutely everyone can be helped by spiritual healing, and it's not linked to any particular religion, and is enjoyed by both animals and humans alike. So here at the Harry Edwards Healing Sanctuary, we give contact healing, which is basically quite systematic. Our healer will do a chakra scan, and then systematically go around the body using their hands, starting down the right-hand side and then the left-hand side. And quite often people will feel heat or cold or a tingling sensation, but they certainly all feel relaxed. We also do distant healing by email, by letter, and also we can give distant healing by telephone, Skype, and also Zoom. And these are just a couple of recent success stories that we've had where people have felt that we have made a difference to them. We held an event last year with the Dr. Healer Network, bringing doctors, healers together. And we are still in contact with the Dr. Healer Network and looking to continue working with them in the UK. And we have actually been giving healing inside hospitals. This can be done either through paid healers, through sponsorship, or salaried healers, as well as volunteer healers. And they often also give healing to patients, their families, and the medical staff as well. Also quoted in my colleague's earlier presentation, Anthony, Sandy Edwards is a healer who works in a hospital in Birmingham, giving healing once a week, and has written a book on the subject. And she actually gave a talk at our event, and it's a thoroughly good read. I recommend it. So healing can be accessed outside the hospital through, in the UK, social prescribing, which is a new system where doctors and medical professionals can refer people to healers or to other complementary therapists. That's still very much in its infancy at the moment, so we'll wait to see how that develops. Or people can visit a healing organisation like the Harry Edwards Healing Sanctuary. You don't actually need to be referred by a medic. The fact that we do distant healing, you don't need to be in the UK to benefit either. And we also do retreats at the sanctuary, either our own retreats that we scope, or people can hire the sanctuary for their own retreats as well. We have regular online events like Healing Circle on Zoom, where people can participate in group healing, and also healing for you as well. Medics on retreat. One of the things we've been doing over the past year is offering free one-day retreats to doctors and nurses in the NHS to really be a bit of a support from them after a very difficult time. We've had people from intensive care and air ambulance in particular come to us, so people very much at the front line of medicine. Invariably, within about 5 minutes of their healing appointment, we've had so many of them break down in tears. And I don't mean just the odd tear, I mean absolute sobbing. They've been carrying so much stress and trauma from helping others through the pandemic that it's time we made sure we looked after them as well. And I'll finish off by showcasing some pictures of the grounds of the sanctuary. We have 30 acres of grounds in the sanctuary. And I think just wandering around in nature can be very healing in itself and very calming. So this is in our rose garden, where we've got a beautiful fountain and a pond as well. The healing rooms are at the back. And when you have a healing session with the windows open, just listen to the water. That can be incredibly relaxing in itself. We also look over local countryside. We're surrounded by farms, so we've got some stunning views around the countryside as well. And as you can see here. And we've got a lot of wildlife in our grounds as well. We have deer roaming quite often, lots of rabbits, and sort of birds, beautiful birds as well, coming to see us. Interestingly, we had a gong bath outside in the spring, and the local farmers rang me after that gong bath, and I thought, oh dear, was the noise too loud? Are they going to complain? But they reported all their animals were so relaxed by this gong bath, and when we were holding the next one. So animals can really benefit as well. This is our labyrinth. We have a meditation labyrinth in the grounds, which is fairly new. And a lot of people go and use that when they come to us, when they want to think something through. There's some of the local farm animals. We've also got bluebell woods, which are quite stunning in May. And we've got several woods and also a meditation glade as well, which people find very relaxing. If you stay at the sanctuary, we've got 6 bedrooms. And if you look out towards the back of the building, this is the kind of view that you wake up to. And this is just some more pictures around the sanctuary. So I'd like to finish my presentation by saying, Thomas and team, you started the party, but let's keep this party going. I have been so struck by the other presenters here and by everybody I've met here. We've been given such a warm welcome by everybody and looked after by everybody so well. And I think if we come together on an international basis, just think of the change that we could be. So I'd like to throw that out into the universe, that call to action, to let's continue with this good work. This quote just really resonated with me, and I thought that it was particularly relevant for this Congress. Act as if everything you do makes a difference, because it actually does. This is a stained glass window in the Healing Sanctuary that I also thought was very relevant to today and encapsulated the mood for today as well. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Winnie, for your incredible presentation and explaining how energy healing works. The benefits and the fact that energy surrounds us, it's everywhere, it's within us. We are composed of it, and the efficacy of distant healing and how safe it is. Thank you so much. And now I would like to welcome Tomáš Pfeiffer, the philosopher, biotronist, director of Sanator Chamber, an institute for traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, founder of Biotronics Center, Spiritual University Bytí, leading biotronics figure representing Josef Zezulka's legacy, orchestrating World Health Congress 2023, Institute for Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine, promotes medical cooperation, organizes Platform 2020, and also he's the advocate for a UNESCO heritage, the Society of Josef Zezulka's representative. Thank you and welcome.
Děkuji. Děkuji.
Thank you.
Berete mi minuty.
You are stealing my minutes. I was thinking how to use my 15 minutes to be able to introduce a discipline which I have been practicing for more than 40 years. I would like to devote my talk to my teacher, who demonstrated the best results out of all healers who had been working there. It was in very difficult times in the Czech Republic, which unfortunately continued also during my period. When we ask what biotronics is, I will try to explain the basic principles to you. Look at my hand. There is carbonium, calcium, phosphorus, iron and other elements which we know from inorganic area. We are familiar with inorganic energies like light, radiation, and others. But at the same time, let's ask in what the biological form is different. This is an organization, its complexity. In the beginning, there were the first parts of establishment of the universe. And it starts, and at a certain moment, a form of life starts. At the moment, we are the most complex form of life on the planet, although it sometimes doesn't look like that. It would be very strange if we believed that that energy which is connected with inorganic matter must also be the same with organic matter. From this logical idea, we can deduce that there is a system of vital forces which may work well in health and incorrectly in disease. There are three basic parts of our beings. It's material part, somatic part, vital part, and mental part, or spiritual part, if you want. All of them might be ill, and in each of them there might be a cause, root cause of a disease, and this part of this compound of a being should be healed in first place. Our bodies are directed on the base of vital forces, electric forces, hormones, but also on the basis of systems which we recognized in Eastern teachings, in chakras, for example. But this is not the basis of my discipline, because chakras are energy centers. Biotronics works with a force which this system uses and creates. Let me start from a larger perspective. There is nothing, there is no space, there is no time. If something is to be, it must be created from nothing. This nothing starts dividing into phases until four basis elements are created. This is water, air, fire, and the earth. But these are only symbols. If you observe even in science the world, you can see that these four basic principles are present everywhere, starting from the DNA to seasons and others. The way how space and time are created, a rhythm is also established which balances between two poles. So nothing from what already exists cannot exist in the demonstration in a complete calm. Only unification of these forces leads to the understanding of the God's part through which we were created. If you want to use these forces, you need to adjust your own life and to unify life with this evolution. You cannot help and destroy yourself, drink alcohol or smoke or do any other things. Of course, you cannot kill, which was already explained by Katarina Wernicer very well. But this is the question of your personal freedom. This is just my opinion, which I offer for your evaluation. So we use these four basic forces at higher levels on purpose. And we targeted to cells, organ tissues, organs, and vital centers. And this extends the work which a healer can manage. Sanator, who can already manage the whole complex, is able to work with different diagnoses. I don't want to show different statistics. This is something which you can look up. The most important thing is not here, but in your heart. And that's where the bridge to what I am explaining to you lies. This is connection philosophy with a practical application. As I told you before, Zazulka demonstrated objectively a large success in cancer treatment when tumors, the development of tumors was ceased and reduced. And there was no relapse after that. So I believe that also my discipline will become the interest of science. And sometimes I'm sad when I can see how a patient has been rescued. And I know that this is very limited. Such opportunities are very limited. So we all aim to help humans. And if everything is all right, it comes out of the heart. This is the most important thing. And wherever we work in Ayurveda, herbology, or force therapy, it's just one direction which we can take. We do not need to divide. This is completely unnecessary because we are following the same target. My discipline is very effective in a number of diagnoses which are complicated in medicine, and it's because medicine is very advanced and we all have very great respect to it. But unfortunately, not all illnesses are rooted in matter. Many of them are rooted in a mental compound, and many of them are rooted in that vital compound of a being. And for example, there were cases of President Reagan when science declared that after 10 years of treatment, they did not make much progress in understanding and curing cancer, because what has only been done was a mere destruction of these problematic cells, because the tumor is a result of a process which has its deep causes, which can be influenced, and prevention is a big part of that, of course. But also other cases which are here are very interesting, but by the fact that there are very often no relapses. And sometimes the tumor receives and disappears completely. This is an example of a patient who was a doctor himself. This was a very interesting case, a lady who was fully diagnosed with a biopsy, with a complete medical documentation, such a large tumor which was inoperable. And she was diagnosed and she was supposed to be left to die practically. And this still was overcome through biotonic treatment. And this is another, there is one more case on the following slide. And thanks to God, we are very delighted that this lady was rescued. Harry Edwards was a man who was very precious for Mr. Josef Zazulka. Josef Zazulka said that Harry Edwards was one of the strongest British healers, and Zazulka was in contact with him until it was possible and until it was discontinued by the secret police. As you can see in this picture, the tumor is very visible, and I'm not showing all the examples. It's unfortunately not possible, but I would like to convey to you that the turmeric process has been described and understood in this whole link process and also applied practically. Another case which is ahead of us, in front of us, these are very complicated cases of malignant process with terrible prognosis, very serious prognosis, and this is one of them. This gentleman is still alive, and everything was solved let's say, within half a year, while the beginning of the treatment was started at distance or over distance. For me, this is a great honor to be able to convey these thoughts to you. There is a number of other diagnoses, for example, children's DMO, cardiovascular diseases, neurological diseases, and you can see a child after a week of stay in the Biotonic Center, and you see the child jumping again. There is an opportunity to be accommodated here for 20 years. People come here from the whole Czech Republic. There is no advertising. And the whole healing system and all the aid is provided free of charge. So it's not paid. People only cover accommodation costs, and if their finance does not allow this coverage, they are even allowed to be accommodated here free of charge. Because we biotonicists are in the role of priests, and there is nothing we buy and there is nothing we sell. So I was born like Josef Zazulka with my innate system, and there is, besides this one innate, my bodily system, an additional one which allows me to be connected to that universal source, and this is something which serves to humans. Some people have a talent in music or art, and others have a different innate talent. No matter what people think, results is something which is the most important fact. If you seek diamonds, you can filter millions of tons, and you will not find any. And just next door in a jewelry shop, there will be tens of them. So to be successful in our knowledge, we need to be attentive. We must not have any prejudice, because we never know how things really are, although we think we are right. We should realize how many times we have been already wrong. So let's realize there could be somebody who works in a very strange way. Biotonicists wash our hands in fire, not just above a candle, but in the fire flame itself, so as not to spread what we have withdrawn from the patient's body, because that's the first thing we have to do, because this is that, like spoiled bioenergy through that illness. And after this purification process, because that aura, the energy layer is something which is the result of the patient's state. So first we have to remove this spoiled energy, and then we can start the healing process itself, and we can use different kinds of forces. For example, we can concentrate with centripetal force, or we can dissolve energy, or solid matter with centrifugal force, or we can calm processes, or we can excite them. So this demonstration is a demonstration of God's aid. I have never wanted to be a healer. I have never wanted to build houses, but this is true that I have tried to be best to make it beautiful. That's my nature, but it's this way. Originally, I used to be a skeptic, and I would like to lead you to an idea, to realize what power faith and God's will has, because without realizing this, it had never crossed my mind that I would perform such a profession. And suddenly I was contacted by a great teacher, and he guided me during the first years, and then later he told me, you could try healing the first patient, something easy like neurosis, gastroenterosis. And after several years of practice, he told me, I think you could try healing some more complicated cases. And this is how I was guided by him. After the Velvet Revolution, my family had been publishing books for hundreds of years. This used to be a publishing house in the past. So then we gained the opportunity to gain finance, and we started creating this opportunity in the heart of Prague. And it's my great happiness that it was allowed to meet all of you here, to bring all of you who are experts in very unique branches, who bring ancient experience, or maybe also decades of experience, because that's why we are here. That's the aim. If you start thinking what the meaning of your life is, and after you have used all the list of own benefit, you realize that the greatest meaning of life is to be beneficial for the whole, because unity was in the beginning, and that's how variety was created. Also, variety in beings, and also you, because we all were created from unity. Whether it does not matter we are centrifugal, centripetal, excited or calm, we all matter what we look like, whether we are not kidding, and we all have similar trouble in our youth and in aging, because this is one world, one planet, one universe. If you receive the grace of gifts which come out of your life journey and from your elevation, you start to be more active, and you start following what is called a spiritual journey. You stop thinking about yourselves only and for yourselves, and you realize that you have a different world vision, and this vision starts spreading, and you are reincarnated, and you start having visions. I met my first teacher in a vision when I was walking on a field, and there were some crops, and there was a man sitting on a chair. And when I was approaching, I felt that my heart was opening, my chest was opening, and I could not get any further, and I had to bow in front of him. And he started talking to me telepathically, and then I met him in a person on the top of an Indian mountain that was Sri Maharishi. He preceded Mr. Josef Zasulka. So I would like to tell you that there is God's protective hand which guides you. And there is a meaning of every creature, every little moment, that nothing is unnecessary. And you don't need to worry that you will ever not be looked after well. Even if you are experiencing karma, this will be still completely correct, because this will be teaching you and guiding you to becoming better, because suffering is not the meaning, it's not the aim, because the God is not given by suffering is not given by God. That's us who actually create such suffering. So I wish you that you find as purest as possible freedom, because we all are free, and it's only up to us whether we go this or that direction. So I wish you God's blessing. I also wish that you receive what you need, because this is something which you will get anyway, because I'm too small to take any decisions. I can only describe something, show you something, but the main thing will come anyway. And also healing, also cure, which comes by the destiny, because only that one who is destined may come. This is no hazard, this is not random, because this is already directed by your past lives. If you helped in the past, you will be helped. If you did not help, you will be helped anyway, but just for a limited time. So God's love is something which is completely unlimited. This is the end of the journey. There is nothing else, just myself, which has unified with everything. Before that, we are still feeling to be differentiated, and it will take us still a long path to bridge this. But then your spiritual level will be elevated, and you will move behind Alice's door. You will be awakened, and something fantastic will follow. This world is something like a dream. You believe that it's realistic, it's real, the same way as if you have a dream at night. You are not able to tell whether this is real or not. And then you wake up in the morning and you realize this was a dream. This is something which has been described by numerous people. For example, a candle which is lit in a room and it's mirrored. So modern physics starts revealing these facts, and it already somehow reforms old paradigms which we were presented with at school. One manner is not what it was presented to be. Time is not what it used to be presented. This is a logical evolution, not just in spiritual area, but this is completely synergic development in the area of science, physics, and any other disciplines. I know how they get connected, and things which were completely incredible are suddenly proven, and a great benefit is introduced to the humankind. And sometimes, unfortunately, science also is misused for destruction. And I believe that a time when a great change will come is soon. If you can see, you will be able to see what was here, what is here, and what will be. And there is no need to comment on that. Just the things which are to come may come. Because we should be humble creatures, and we should be very careful so as not to over-intervene into the development of the world. Even if a patient is being healed, it's not possible to help him without asking for a permission to the God. Because if we did not did this, we would be close to magic, because we would be too pushing against the God's will. So this is very important to be able to wait and to accompany, just to accompany a human, and sometimes it's very painful. You know this from the close ones who already left you. Isn't there a gong to come? Friends, I wish you all the best. In 2 years' time, if you want, there will be another Congress. Health 2025. This one will be available continually on the internet, so if you can, please feel free to share this so that the meaning of our performances is done. Because what we miss the most is information which is often distorted or incomplete or misleading or, you know, it depends. So this is a process, like in all other cases, like in science. These are spiritual sciences, besides the material ones, and then there are many others. So I wish you a beautiful rest of the day. Thank you.
Please. Berete minuty dalšímu řečníkovi.
I'm sorry, because you are stealing minutes to the other presenters. You're stealing minutes to the other presenters.
Mr. Pfeiffer is apologizing for stealing minutes from the next presenter, but I can speak on behalf of everybody. We could listen to you forever. This speech has touched everybody's hearts. I speak for myself, but from watching everybody's facial expression, I can speak on everybody's behalf. I will not interrupt this energy with any additional comments.
On behalf of the members of the Presidium, we would like to present Thomas Pfeiffer for his work, for his devotion, and mostly for being an example for all healers on the right values and the perspective that we must all adopt to be selfless and to be a healer for ourselves and for others. From Benares, which is one of the oldest cities of the world, I bring the goddess Annapurna. Annapurna is the goddess which takes food and fills our bellies so that we have the energy to move forward, to heal, and to be fulfilled. Anna is pure nutriment, and Purna is to be filled to completeness so that we are not in hunger of physical food, not in hunger of mental food. And Biotronics provides that energy. I present this to you from Benares.
No.
I'm really honored and grateful, but I just feel that sometimes Annapurna looks after me too much, as you can see. Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Hanna Váňová from the Czech Republic, a specialized medical doctor in acupuncture and homeopathy. She became a prominent figure in the Czech Republic's medical field. Notably, she served as a president of the Homeopathic Medical Association and was actively engaged in international congresses, with a strong belief that homeopathy is an integral part of medicine, and her contributions have left a lasting impact. Please welcome.
Moc děkuji, že můžu tady být. Thank you very much for being here. It will now be difficult for me to speak after the speech of Tomáš. I will try to introduce you to a reality which is interconnected with what is spiritual. I'm a practical doctor, but when I studied medicine, I realized that there was something that was missing. So I started with tantric studies and other things. And since the past 30 years, I've been focusing on homeopathy and acupuncture. Homeopathy is a method, healing method, which is based on the phenomenon of similitude, as previously mentioned by Dr. Simeoni. That is something which existed in the Hippocrates times. He spoke about the phenomenon of similitude. And homeopathy as a healing method is the European cultural heritage. Just like India has been enriching us by Ayurveda, homeopathy is a European discipline in its origin, and it enriches both India. I personally know several top Indian homeopaths. I was learning from them. But that's not the only thing. 200 years ago, Tamar Christian Hahnemann was born, and he knew this. He knew Hippocrates, and he became inspired as to what to do with substances to make them lose their toxicity without losing the healing effect. So homeopathics are produced using the method of dilution and potentiating. So we measure dynamic effects, and living matter simply must react to the dynamic effects. So it is a healing method which is used to solve all functional problems. There are many in the medicine, but it can also bring support to people in very serious conditions. As long as I breathe, I live. Dum spiro spero. In practice, this may be somewhat difficult. It is a different strategy as opposed to classical medicine. And instead of a classical medicament, you use the homeopathic medicament. That's not as simple as that. The strategy of approach to the patient must be different. It is simply a holistic method, just like Ayurveda. So we keep saying that we compare the clinical picture of the patient and the so-called totality of his symptoms, which can be both physical and psychical and emotional. And we match it against the picture of the homeopathic drug as described by the literature. It describes complex effects of a drug which are known, which exist in the nature. It is animal tissue or herbal tissues, all minerals upon being diluted and dynamized, they have a special effect which you must know. In practice, I always wondered how to grasp it. My living strategy is that if I understand things in depth, they become simpler. I don't like the fast food solution. I like the simplifications which stem from the profound knowledge. And that is why homeopathy becomes simpler if you understand the context. There are two roots of diseases, emotional and metabolic. It can be the stress, it can be psychism, nervous system, endocrine system, immunity. We call it the central axis, and that can cause physical disorder. Neurotransmitters have already been discovered. If the receptor is either besieged or damaged, it can influence the entire system. And
there exists the
phenomenon from the informatics which is called the energy of significance. And a key problem like trauma or a metabolic disorder can be stronger than the constitution of the patient. And in homeopathy, we're able to treat this. And for many serious diseases, the constitutional homeopathic drugs don't really respond to the constitution of the patient and don't cover the entire totality. Every homeopathic drug has two roots, psychical and biochemical. So in the Bible of homeopathy, we have the enumeration of both psychical and biochemical symptoms. Some effective therapy using the homeopathic drug is like proper setting of a computer, of a biocomputer. And I think it's a method which is still being underestimated. Hahnemann had a vision, he had an idea, which he then verified in the practice. If you went to Stuttgart, to the museum, and if you studied the history, Hahnemann was a real scientist, and you would be able to see that everything had been properly analyzed to verify this or that hypothesis. Nowadays, scientists, physicists give us answer how it works. Neurotransmitters have been already discovered, and we know that the interconnection in the body goes both ways. It's the chronic basal stress, acute emotional disruptions tend to disrupt the entire system using the central axis or through the central axis. So there is some energo-evaluative evolution, and we have to look for an appropriate homeopathic drug. Because if I get scared, if I have an acute event, the energy of this event will change my physiology. And depending on what the change is, I can choose the exact homeopathic drug. And this, it prevents the cascading of such events, through the receptors and spreading through the entire body. So I can stop the negative effects of such event. This is preventing post-traumatic syndromes, which is often present in children or in adults. There can be also a stimulus which goes from the bottom and can disrupt the central axis. So if a receptor is damaged, it can result in psychical problems in the individual. So this is something which we could stabilize using the so-called metabolic homeopathic drug. And usually, if we fail to do that, the person is reduced to antidepressants. I will show you some case histories, some cases, concrete cases. Theory always has to be confirmed by practice, otherwise we wouldn't have homeopathy since the past 200 years. You certainly know Aconitum napellus. It is used for the reaction, against the reaction to a shocking event. There was a woman, aged 55, who came with extreme obesity. She was indicated for an orthopedic intervention, a surgery, and the surgeon told her that he wouldn't do that unless she loses some weight. Nobody believed that she was really sticking to the dietary recommendations. She went to a clinic. She was fed with a very strict diet, but she put on some weight. There is always a history behind, a story behind each health problem. Actually, that woman had a husband who shot himself 30 years ago, and she never knew what was the reason. So she suffered with post-traumatic syndrome. She had nightmares. She used antidepressants. She suffered from hypertension and hypersaccharidose. And the central axis was completely disrupted. If this happens, you can eat a very healthy food in appropriate quantities, but you won't lose weight. Using Aconitum napellus, she was rid of the panic attacks. It was a real miracle. A body is a matter, a substance, and there is a certain inertia, so you can't lose 20 kilos in just 1 week. But progressively, she became normal tended, and diabetes also reacted. You know, this is a type of diabetes which does not react to dietary measures. Patients are really sometimes very disciplined, but nothing helps. I won't describe some other cases. I remember I had a teacher whom I supported. She was an oncologist, and once it happened to her that she saw an accident when traveling on bus. It was her younger colleague who hit a tree when driving a car, and she was in a shock. She was unable to continue with her profession. She suffered cystitis, and it was extremely resistant, and she even suffered from panic attacks at night. She asked her urologist whether it can be in context with these nightmares. Well, the urologist laughed at her and gave her some hypnotics. So I managed to decipher the situation, and she was relieved of both conditions. The cystitis appeared because she had a cancer of uterus, so her pelvic area was in a very special condition. Then Ignacia Amara, a child aged 4 years, the child was never ill until it developed spastic cough. And then I remember that one day I learned that the mole which the girl had was or the hamster died, and she was given another hamster, but it did not help. This is a girl with eczema, because her parents got divorced. Then there are other cases. Nux vomica, a man who had a collapse because his friends put in his beer some kind of substance, a practical joke. He collapsed, he fainted, he was brought to the urgent services, and Nux vomica helped. What happened once, that is, he was taking MG, and despite long-term substitution, he repeated he suffered from spastic cramps, and he then once met those friends, one of those friends who put that substance in his beer, and he was inspired to go and buy Nux vomica, and it helped him. So you can see how it can work. It is really based on the substance which is the basis for the entire universe, because what is the substance in the homeopathic drug is also something which is responsible for the organization of the substance. In my everyday practice, since the past 30 years, I've been verifying that homeopathy is an effective healing method, and I do wish that those who are decision makers in the field of public health policy grasp this idea just as well. Thank you for your attention.
We thank very much Dr. Váňová for her contribution and very profound explanation about homeopathy and its efficacy. I would like to announce a lunch break, which will be for 1 hour. But also I would like to let you know that in the hallway there are many poster presentations that would be very beneficial for everybody to take a look at. You can do so during the lunch break. I believe there will be also the presenters and the owners of the poster presentations that you can talk to about their presentations. And also one more announcement is that after lunch we will resume at 2:45, and the next two presenters will be Jitka Lopez and František Och. I would like to ask these two presenters to arrive about 10 minutes before, which will be 2:35, to the boarding station to get hooked up onto the microphone. Thank you so much, and enjoy your lunch. Hello, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everybody's replenished after the lunch break. And we already have our next presenter ready for us. It is Magistra Jitka Fernández López from the Czech Republic. She is the Feng Shui consultant, member of College of Feng Shui, midwife, and part of Nursing and Midwifery Council in the United Kingdom, also European College of Feng Shui again. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your interest in Feng Shui by coming to hear my presentation. I would like to attempt today to bring you closer the idea of Feng Shui by explaining you a little bit its origins, where it comes from, and also hopefully giving you a little bit of tips and tricks that you can take home today and if you want to implement in your own home. So at the beginning, I would like to start with a little story. Thousands of years ago, when our civilization was in its infancy and the way we were living was very different to as we know it now, the humanity had to look after themselves in a very different way. We were living in little villages and in little settlements, and we were dependent on each other, but also on observation and understanding of the nature. And these very times are the very starting points of Feng Shui. When people lived in small settlements, they started to observe little nuances between those settlements. They started to notice that there are places where the people living in the village are healthier, they are having more children, they are able to grow more crop, and they are generally being happier and doing better. And over the time, they observed a few points and few aspects that they felt might have an influence on this. So they started to pass this knowledge that was at the beginning collected only verbally onto the next and next generations, and over the centuries were developing this knowledge and started to write it down. The first written artifacts about Feng Shui as we know it today are from about 2,000 years ago. And that's when the system has actually developed and started to develop different ways and schools as we know it today. I would like to show at the beginning, in a brief explanation, what actually is Feng Shui, how we understand it today. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's a teaching or a system that is based on the observation of the nature and how it influences us as humans, what impact it has on our lives in many different ways. It's a combination of science because it works with mathematical principles, with principles of physics, metaphysics, astrology, and it combines a lot of knowledge together about which we've already heard over this amazing weekend. It's partially also philosophy and partially art. There is a tiny bit of a Feng Shui which we called basically superstition, and that's just basically because this teaching comes from South China, and the Chinese way of thinking is very different to our Western way of thinking. We are very analytical people, while Chinese are more using metaphors and understanding the relationships between things, rather than looking at things in a black and white way. So we couldn't translate all the old texts that were available, and we had to partially work with our own Western understanding of things. Feng Shui in translation means wind and water, and those two elements are very significant in this teaching because they represent their own abilities to, one is to move energy, to move potential, and the other one is to contain it. So altogether, in a short word, it's a system that includes a lot of different relationships to other teachings and other arts and science, and that helps us to work with our own environment. Because we know that the environment itself has a big influence on us as humans. You've already heard in some presentations here about elements. Feng Shui also works with elements in a slightly different way. There are 5 of them that are earth, water, metal, fire, and wood. And those elements are used when we work with people's environment and when we're trying to bring a balance and harmony into it. These elements have 6 different relationships between them, and depending on those relationships, we use them to either introduce them in people's environment or perhaps eliminate them, again, in order to bring that balance. The other term you might be familiar with is a term qi. And many people think that qi is something magical or mystical and something energy-based, but the literal translation from the old text is actually that qi is a potentially of the matter to become while remaining in its original state. So in other words, we are here in this beautiful hall, and this hall, depending what we use it for, has a potential to become a dancing hall, to become a congress hall, to become a meeting hall for discussions. So we are not really physically changing the environment, but we are using its potential that's within it. The main thing in Feng Shui is that it focuses on the human beings. They have always been the core and in the center of the attention of Feng Shui, because as I mentioned at the beginning, it was all about relationships with nature and the environment and its impact it has on us humans. How the Feng Shui relates to our health? Well, I'll give you a simple example. It's something you can try yourself. It's a brilliant little trick to try when you go to a restaurant or a coffee shop. If you observe people, or if you look at the statistics, when we go to the public places where there are options where we naturally seat ourselves, the first places that tends to be taken over are the ones by the windows or walls. And usually it's the tables in the middle of the coffee shops that are surrounded by all the other people and tables that tends to be empty till the last minute. Very, very few people will naturally first sit in the middle of an empty room. And again, that comes from that very core of Feng Shui, from those very beginnings, when we were much more tuned into nature. And we needed to understand that we had to have control of our environment, because there was potential danger when we were living outside, and that we needed some kind of a security. And I will relate this to one of my latest slides and explain you how that interprets into our modern living environments. So one of the questions I get asked a lot is why people ask Feng Shui consultants to do the analysis for them. Well, there are a lot of different reasons, really, and it is based on individual people, but I picked just a few I get asked most of the times. Most commonly, because Feng Shui is about that relationship, it's also about relationships amongst humans. So quite often people come in situations in life when they have a struggle with something, whether it's a struggle in a marriage, going through a divorce, looking for a new partner, supporting family, children, they want them to be doing better at school. Sometimes it's when they don't feel material security. They are, for example, setting up their own business. They are trying to do better at work or find their passion in life. Sometimes they come because they have health issues and they try to adjust their environment the way that it supports them better so they can recover better. So there's really a lot of different reasons why or how Feng Shui could actually help people. We are also using Feng Shui to do things such as garden design or working with the land that's been untouched, for example, for building new houses, but also for building cities. And there is... some of you might be familiar with the saying, what was first, a hen or an egg? And in Feng Shui, there is something similar, and it relates to all the capital cities around the globe. And the question sounds, where there first the capital city is, and they were set there, where they stand now as we know them, because that area ticked all the boxes for good Feng Shui, or did people put somewhere a city, not thinking in the long-term future that it will become a capital, and it became capital because of all the supportive energies. We don't know the answer. We just know that if you want to do your own research and you look at all the capitals around the globe, and you look at the Paris, Prague, New York, you will notice two important things. One, they tend to sit either in a little valley or beginning of a mountain, or they have other hills somehow one way or another surrounding them. And two, there is always a water body. There's always a river or an ocean. And those two aspects in the landscape, in the terrain, are really important in Feng Shui, and they are called water and mountain dragons. And when we work with the new builds and gardens and designing whole cities, these are the reference points that we actually use. I prepared a little quiz for you. Again, it was really hard to pick a few bits and bobs, but these are kind of myths that I would like to either confirm or exclude today, what people generally think. So one of the things I get quite often asked is, does a mirror belong to the bedroom? Is it going to destroy my relationship? What do you think is the answer? Does anyone wants to have a guess? It's a no. That's what a lot of people think. Actually, mirrors are absolutely fine in the bedroom. There are some rules that we should follow where we place them. And one of them is it should not be facing directly your own bed and reflect you sleeping. But they are absolutely fine in the bedroom. I have a mirror in my bedroom all my life and had never a problem. How about bed? The actual bed in the bedroom. Some people think it should be that center and to be in that control position. Some people think it should be more onto the side or in the middle of the room. Any ideas? Anyone wants to have a guess? Yeah, when fresh air comes, yes. Generally, good ventilation is a good Feng Shui. But the beds generally should be not quite dead center, just ever so slightly off, but there should be space on both sides. And I will soon link why two sides should be free and at least being able to just walk around. WC, men and women, constant fight, sit up, sit down. You can hear women saying, down, down. Yes, it's not just the seat, it's the actual cover as well. So in the Chinese thinking, obviously toilet and the bathroom itself relates to a dirty area, but not dirty area necessarily in a physical way, but also where the negative energy leaves the house. So you don't want it to come back, and you don't want also the good energy to follow. So the seat down, sorry gentlemen, the women are right, should be down, the cover as well. That brings me to the next one, which is the door to the bathroom. Open or closed, or it's okay? Closed. Generally speaking, yes, ideally. Now, we all know that we are not all lucky to live in a mansion where the bathroom itself is massive and has 3 own windows. So wherever possible, the bathroom door should be closed, but it's in the situations where there is a window that can be open. So again, we're coming back to that ventilation, as the gentleman mentioned. Where it's not possible and it's needed for ventilation purposes, then of course it's absolutely fine to keep the door open for as long as it's needed, with the toilet seat and cover down, and then close it when it's not needed. Okay, let's move on. Now, the bins by the entrance door, I put this because I worked for a long time in the UK, and if you're familiar with the UK architecture, there are these houses that are connected with each other, and they each have allocated set of bins for normal waste and recycling. And there is physically no space where else to put it than right in front of your main door, in many cases. But at the same time, to have bins by the main door, which is really important area for your, in Feng Shui perspective, for your career, for example, it's a no way. So where do we stand? What do we do with our bins? Yes. So the answer is ideally no by the entrance door. Unfortunately, the situations often are not ideal. We don't have any other option, basically. It's a line houses, and there's nowhere else to put them. So we usually try to work with aesthetics as well. There is always some little, maybe like timber or bamboo shading we can put in front of them. We can decorate them with the stickers. Do something that kind of improves the environment and doesn't catch the attention in the negative way, basically. But if you have the option, don't put them by your main door. Next thing I get asked a lot is about, because these days we talk a lot about the plastic pollution and about, having busy lives at the same time wanting to have a bit of nature in our homes. So where do we stand with plants and flowers and things like that in our household? Are artificial flowers okay, or should they always be the real? Any thoughts on that? No, real, yes. It is the ideal solution. Real flowers and plants are the ones that are ideal. But unfortunately, again, it's not always possible if we travel a lot. So if we can at least have some, just to lighten the environment, it's okay too. And I'll just skip the next question. Yes, it is possible. For all the animal lovers, we can actually do calculations of Feng Shui for our lovely pets. I'll just show you a couple of examples. This is kind of a before and after from some of my clients that came with different issues in their lives, and how the elements and the feeling in the rooms have changed when we implemented the changes. Sometimes the change is really small, sometimes it's quite big, sometimes it's a problem with the space that might be really small. So it's just a quick example of some work that was done based on Feng Shui principles. Okay. I know I have to finish, so just very quickly. At the beginning, I mentioned about our environment and about a connection to the security and other disciplines. And the diagram I'm just showing you now actually relates to those. And it talks about the points of reference that we look at in the landscape, but that we look at in our homes as well. And if we can find those points of reference and work with them, we can reach good balance between the yin and yang, and we can find the balance that will support us on the physical way and emotional and physical way as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Fernandez-Lopez. Mrs. Lopez was talking about the Western way of thinking and the Eastern way of thinking, and how much we don't know and how much we still have to learn. And Mrs. Fernandez told us about Feng Shui and how to apply it in our lives, because everything is about balance and the flow. And the balance and the flow is important to be added to our living environment in order to reflect it into our lives. So we thank for that presentation, and our next guest, next presenter, is Engineer František Och. He is the Director of Research Institute of Balneology. And balneology is a method of treating disease by bathing, a traditional medicine technique usually practiced at spas. So welcome.
Well, thank you.
Tak děkuji vám za
thank you very much
předané slovo.
For passing the word. I work for the Balneology Institute, which is the only research institute specializing also in basic research, and we are independent, which means that we do not depend on the state budget. The word balneology means all water curative effect, all water cures. This is an old definition, but today our institute deals with a revolutionary effect, and this is especially nanobubble treatment in children's diseases, skin diseases, specifically in Spa Kinjvart. This is a medical area, so this is an EBM, we could say. A EBM resort. The second pillar which the Balneology Research Institute focuses on is research of the influence of ultra-electromagnetic radiation at both ends of the visible spectrum on changes in the condition of the human body. What is assessed as a possible condition change of a human organism. A pilot epidemiological study was conducted on a large department of a distribution company was conducted. And epidemiology study was carried out together with some research activities which have already been conducted in the area of integrated medicine or also information medicine, which is information-based medicine. The owner of this cohort study was the producer of devices which are based on electromagnetic field radiation. The name of the company is SOMAS Device. We defined the main factors influencing the workplace, while the most important were temperature, humidity, CO2 levels, and non-ionizing electromagnetic field.
The
study which we conducted so as to be in alignment that everything should be done for employees. It was done within corporate social responsibility projects when the employer wanted to create a favorable workplace for its staff. So you can look at it in details later. And those figures actually describe all the features in the workplace. And from the methodological point of view, we also monitored the function on sleep, performance in the workplace, endurance, attention, concentration. What is important is that we monitored the employees, and the influence of this electromagnetic field was very interesting.
Jak působí velké intenzity světla na produkci serotoninu.
Production of serotonin was monitored, which is a hormone of good mood, and it turned out that not just intensive light radiation stimulates the production of serotonin, but even a low intensity radiation may have an important effect on the production of this hormone.
Jednotlivých vybraných částí spektra.
In other words, ultra-soft source of radiation even works in very low frequencies, in very low intensity, A potential effect of ultralight radiation might be one of potential options of further studies in connection to the principles of homeopathy. this is just a marginary issue. And the results of self-evaluation confirmed that light radiation of this kind might not treat seasonal disorders or serious depression, but it may mitigate some problems and increase serotonin production and may help an individual who is exposed to this electromagnetic radiation through stimulating the immunity system of this person. And this was really proven. So that was like one of the most important results the study had. So stimulation of immunity. Here are some more details. Here is one of the graphs, charts belonging to one specific participant, and there are some features measuring blood pressure, pulse, oxygenation of blood, CO2 concentration, and so on. The findings, the results of the pilot epidemiological study, so positive effects were found on the quality of sleep, better performance in the workplace, concentration, attentiveness, performance, positive effect on cardiovascular system, and neuroendocrinology assays. And while all the study was carried out during COVID pandemic, the overall effect of the participants was that in the main team, no infection, no COVID infection was identified, while it was currently spread intensively, not just in that company, but in the whole Czech and world population. So this is very striking. And what are the final findings of this epidemiology study? This study can be also applied on phenomena and curative processes which are not completely presented by EBM. We deal within the main pillar with bioelectrodynamics, the Institute of Electronics of the Science Academy is involved in this area. New methods are being developed for diagnostic purposes as well. And a pilot study gave a hypothesis of possible potential effect on health prevention, despite all these findings. The root cause hasn't been identified. Therefore, it's necessary to leave space for some complementary approach and integrative approach. And also the epidemiology methodics may be helpful in further investigation, because we have been able to identify what happened, but we are not sure why this happened. The most important information is that in European and Czech conditions, the normative basis of clinical studies is very strictly, legislatively limited, determined. Common pharmaceutical studies and devices are very closely connected with legislative processes and very regulated. If epidemiology research has much easier conditions for application. Here it was much easier to find space for this. I think that, for example, the agency regulating pharmacies would never approve such a study. So here we had much more space. Epidemiology research may help allow such processes and decrease some inaccuracies in their application. It only corrects the potential. We mentioned that potential homeopathic influence of electromagnetic radiation. I would say this is just, let's say, a marginal additional effect of the study, which would still be worth further investigation. And we should conduct some more measurements of this homeopathic influence. Thank you for your attention. And I wish you an enjoyable stay in this conference. Thank you.
Děkujeme. Thank you so much, Engineer Och. Engineer Och told us about balneology and how it contributes to the medical field and well-being. And the SOMAS S ultra soft low-frequency electromagnetic radiation and its health benefits. Thank you so much. We have our next presenting guest. It is Professor Bruno Renzi from Italy. He is a psychiatrist, former professor at University of Milano, faculty member at Maharishi International University in Iowa, co-director of Maharishi College for Perfect Health in Netherlands, and a director of psychosomatic department in Maharishi University for Latin America and Caribe. Please welcome.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, I wish to thank Thomas and the organization team for this wonderful assembly. And my topics is Maharishi Ayurveda integrated approach to psychosomatics basic principles. And these topics refer to three main frame of reference, that is integrated medicine approach that is strongly emphasized from the WHO, Maharishi Ayurveda, that is a huge field of knowledge, and psychosomatics, that is a branch of psychiatry. So to speak of these things in 15 minutes is really difficult. So I decided just to present some basic principle regarding this integrated approach. And the purpose of this presentation is to define and present the main basic principle which form the frame of reference of Maharishi Ayurveda integrated approach to psychosomatics disorders, anxiety, and mild depression. In 2019, 301 million people worldwide lived with anxiety disorders. In the post-COVID period, estimates speak of 374 million people with an anxiety disorder that with an increase of 26%. And in adults, depression is the most common mental health problem. 280 million lived with depressive disorders, including both major depressive disorders and dysthymia, which an increase of 28% after the pandemic. And normally, with anxiety and depression, we have some somatoformal disorder, that is somatization disorders, conversion disorders, hypochondria, body dysmorphism disorder, algic disorders, and also undifferentiated somatization disorders. This is all psychosomatics disorders. And in the modern medicine, the treatment is normally simply pharmacological or psychopharmacological, or can be psychological treatments, different forms of psychotherapy, or integrated approach that can be psychological and pharmacological treatments. But this is very reductive if we want to treat from the holistic point of view a person. And so from the Ayurvedic point of view, I would like to start from definition of health, that is Vastya. Health is the state of health, is the result of equilibrium of dosha, agni, dhatu, and mala, and the condition of excellence, prasanna, of soul, sense, and mind. In modern medicine, the power of digestion, the tissue, and the waste product, and the condition of mind and sense are very well studied and very well known. What is completely missing is the concept of dosha, that is a primordial organizer of function and structure of our physiology, and at the same time, concept of soul. That is not, that we will see that soul now is not so metaphysical. We can have also some understanding about that. And the first basic principle is the paradigm of consciousness. As I said in the first day, consciousness, this paradigm is pervading different fields of science, neuroscience, medicine, mathematics, genetics. Everything now is connected with this paradigm. And consciousness, in its essential nature, is behind the brain and behind individuality. It is the limitless pure being, the self of everything and everyone, the unified field. This is from Tony Nader, Professor Tony Nader, in his book, One Unbounded Ocean of Consciousness. Nothing is more intimate and central in the life of human being than our consciousness. It is a foundation of all our experience. It will be difficult, if not categorically impossible, to imagine an experience we could have without being conscious. All our perception, all our understandings, all our communication with others are based on consciousness. Thought, emotion, intuition, memory, planning, everything depends on consciousness. It is the one fundamental element underlying everything we think and do, everything we experience, both internally and in the world around us. And this is the paradigm of consciousness is very well explained from the scientific and philosophical point of view in this book that is the books of Professor Tony Nader, that is One Unbounded Ocean of Consciousness. And I suggest you just to read this book, that is a really fundamental knowledge. And from the scientific point of view, we can understand consciousness as the unified field of all laws of nature. And this from this fundamental dimension, that everything in nature is expressed. So everything's on the level of quantum physics, on the level of biology and molecular biology like DNA, and all the aspect of our physiology is an expression of consciousness, is an expression of the unified field of all laws of nature. And it's very important that we need to be in contact with this our dimension, that is the inner self that organizes and organize all our activity and all our physiology in a perfect way. And the second principle is determinants of personality, factors that are the determinants of personality. And we can see that from the Ayurvedic point of view, we can see that it's underlined hereditary, and also that the biological condition of the uterine of the mother, Ahara and Vyara of the mother, that means diet and behavior of the mother. Purva karma suritukala, that means the behavior of the mother associated with season, just right behavior with that peculiar season, and also the psychic state of the mother. There is some also postnatal aspect that is birth of place and times, but all these aspects are very well defined in modern science. What is completely missing in modern science is some preconceptual dimension that is related to consciousness, that is Atma, Purvajamna Krita Karma, that is some old memories that come from past lives, and also some psychological traits. All these aspects are conveyed from a unique integration of 5 protobhavas, that is 5 Tanmantras. So this aspect can be understood as a holographic dimension that governs the expression of DDNA in terms of constitutional type of constitutional psyche. So, and we can understand this also as morphogenetic fields. These morphogenetic fields are a new type of field, precede the formation of organisms and evolve, have a history, and thanks to the morphic resonance mechanism, they have a memory. They are part of a larger family of fields called morphic fields. It's this kind of fields that organize the expression of the DNA, also for regarding to the psychic constitutional in the individual. According to Sheldrakes, morphic fields are regions of influence within space-time, localized within and around the system that organize. Their operation is probabilistic. They are limited or imposed in order to the inherent indeterminism of the system which they preserve, include and connect the various parts of the system that they are intended to organize. And these morphogenetic fields are responsible for the psychic constitution from the Ayurvedic point of view. We know that normally what is emphasized in Ayurveda is doshic constitution or dhatus constitution. But if we want to understand very well the knowledge of just the nature and the structure of our patient, we have to integrate also this knowledge that are psychic constitution, and we have 7 sattvic constitution, 6 rajasic constitution, and 3 tamasic constitution. I can go all this through subjects because there is not much time, but I invited to you just to go and study all this aspect regarding the Ayurvedic psychic constitution. And the third principle is related to etiology, that is very important. If we want to understand psychosomatic disorder, we have to look also at the 7 disorder classification from the etiological point of view. So we have disease of genetic nature. I don't read the Indian Sanskrit terms, but I prefer to read only the English terms. So disease of genetic nature, errors in the mother's conduct, mental and physical dosal alteration, disorders related to seasonal changes, traumatic nature disorders, disorders related to the alteration of conduct and senescence, and disorders related to supernatural events. And also Charaka defines 3 causes of disease that are very important. That is asatmendriyartha samyoga, that is reduced or excessive or alterated use of the 5 sense and motor organs. My colleague just spoke about this. Dr. Gupta just spoke about this. Prajna Parad, alterated use of mind and intelligence in the sense of lack of understanding or voluntary of voluntary transgression to the loss of connection with consciousness, with our inner self. We need to be connected with our very important inner dimension. And then parimana, that is reduced or excessive of a normal incidence of seasons. And Prajnaparad is considered the ultimate cause of disease. Much emphasis is placed by Charaka on karma. In this sense, in the sense of present or past regarding the genesis of disease. So it's very important, exactly that morphogenetic fields that organize all the expression of the individuals from the DNA, starting from the DNA. And another basic principle is related to treatment methods, and we have different methods in Ayurveda just to treat psychosomatic disease. And normally, what is emphasized in the Western world is Yuktibhya Parsya, that is therapy based on the balance of dosha. That this is panchakarma, herbs, herbal products, diet, daily and seasonal routine, yoga. And in Maharishi Ayurveda, we have also Vedic sound therapy and marma therapy and light gem therapy that are very efficacious kind of treatment that we can use with our patient. But what then we have to also pay attention to this Daiva Vyarshya, that is faith-based therapy, that is related to the Indian culture. It is not so allowed in the Western world, but it's a very important also aspect of the therapy for some patient. And Sattva Vajaya, that is psychological therapy. And this is normally is not taught in Ayurveda in the formation of the health practitioner in the Western world. And Sattva Vajaya, psychological therapy, it's a very important aspect because we see that very well explained in Ayurveda. Then we have a support psychotherapy. We have also Achara Rasayana, that are rules of conduct, and also the treatment of mental states, that we need to treat emotional state, because if we don't treat this dimension, we don't have any change in our patient. And this is my experience. So it's very important that we go through all this aspect. And also there is some very important is Jnana, spiritual knowledge, scientific knowledge, and also Smriti, and we can treat through transcendental meditation and yoga. And the last principle, I don't go through this because I don't have time, but nature has a purpose, which is the evolution of life to higher states of consciousness. We have to guide our patient to realize these higher states of consciousness, because from when we stabilize this dimension, all the life of our patient, all our biology is very well balanced, and we go in an evolutionary kind of life. So thank you for listening, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Consciousness is beyond the brain and the individuality. Thank you so much, Professor Renzi, for presenting on such an incredibly profound topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have our next presenter ready online. It's going to be a virtual live connection. It is going to be a Magister Jarmila Podhorná. She is engaged in gemotherapy, which is a medical procedure using the growing embryonic tissue of plants. She studied in the field of human body and alternative medicine and started to produce herbal tinctures. Please welcome. Vítejte.
Welcome. Good afternoon. I would like to apologize for not finalizing everything because of a long-term disease and my long-term stay in hospital. But I would be very sad if people could not have the opportunity to learn about the effect of herbs, because this is something which is very helpful, and at the same time about the harmful effect of Lyme disease, which we encounter on a daily basis, because this is something which people should be aware of. This is chemotherapy, medicine of the third millennium. We are living on the threshold of the third millennium. On the one hand, the benefits of science and technology are ensuring an unprecedented increase in the standard of living of our civilization, but on the other hand, environmental devastation, hectic pace, and stress, which results in serious health problems. There are allergies, malignant diseases, vascular and oncological illnesses that are on increase, and people are becoming increasingly aware of this and are turning to natural methods and means of prevention and treatment. Phytotherapy, the treatment with herbs, has been used by man with success since a long time. And today mankind is beginning to return to it. It has many benefits to the organism because it has no side effects. It purifies organism from substances which are stored, and it supplies the organism with minerals, vitamins, and each herb focuses on a specific health problem. We can use it in treatment of some diseases and also in prevention. And the cure and finalization of treatment. Each herb has purgative effects, and this is, for example, Eladrigia, burdock root. And in the past, I experienced a study which was conducted in California when they were applied some drinks which were very useful, and after 1 month they were revealed. Firstly, the cleansing of the organism, but also secondly, the delivery of vitamins, minerals, hormones, plant hormones, which are important for the organism. And when I explained this to people during my lectures, people started turning to nature more and more, and they consume the organism with these herbs, supplying the body with vitamins and minerals, especially in spring, which is important. Herbs might be processed in different forms, for example, in a tea, which has a purification of effect. When the body is able to get rid of negative substances, at the same time, teas are very helpful. Herbs might be processed in the form of oil and also ointments, which are used for skin problems, for example.
které dodávají prostě pokožce určité látky, které
because they supply the skin with substances useful for regeneration and relief from the illness. But the best method is alcohol leaching. I focused on this technique, and this alcohol leaching process allows the body to take in a maximum concentration of possible substances. A number of herbalists have gone the same way, but unfortunately they had to give up because many of them were not able to afford the financial conditions because they were classified as alcohol producers. I was very lucky on my professional path. I apologize because there is very bad quality of the sound. I tried to find something very exceptional which would help solving the problem in Lyme, in some illnesses. And then I found that the tincture from there's a question if it really eliminates the Lyme disease completely. I'm not sure, but there were thousands of people who have been helped, and our company has established its activity at a certain level. Thanks to this, I have produced a tincture and sent 2 bottles to a man who had been on sick leave already in the condition of Lyme disease, and I was waiting what would happen, and he was able to return to work very quickly, and this was very surprising for me because before of that he and suddenly he started working again, but I could see that some remaining problems remained, but these were only some side effects of the Lyme disease, which are always on immunity, function, also neurological system, and also fatigue. Liver had been attacked with the Lyme disease, and also the movement system. And one man describes problems with movement organs. We can assume that there is already borreliosis. I looked for something which would be helpful in nature, or something which could be able to relieve the consequences of the Lyme disease, and something which would be preventive, something which would terminate the treatment of this disease. And then I was lucky again, and I found chemotherapy chapter, which was medicine. And that was something which I had taught my children, because the plant usually stores the most important substances in these embryological parts. And if you process these substances, we can receive a remedy. It is normed as a food supplement which improves immunity, stimulates neurological system, rejuvenates, and these substances could be We process, but they can be also used. Then I was able to produce a cure for Lyme treatment. This cure is very current, and it is a cure which contains poplar, which helps removing Borrelia, Lyme, and then chemotherapics. Birch cleans the organism from some waste, and this should be applied primarily. I apologize, I cannot hear the speaker. So this is the birch, which removes everything which has been stored in the body and does not belong there. Liver is always a fact in the Lyme disease, and it is necessary to help liver. And among these chemotherapics, one of the herbs which was presented, there was in a tiredness in a liver treatment. The last thing is a tincture consisting of 3 chemotherapics, and this is blackcurrant, pine, and vine. Blackcurrant is very important here because it has effects similar to corticoids, because it increases immunity. It might be used in adults, and immunity is very important. It has an additional effect. It is anti-allergic substance. It removes swelling. In our garden, there are 3,500 bushes, and the area can only give us 60% of the quantity which we need. The next compound in the tincture is pine, from which we process substances which are useful for bones, muscles, and tendons so that they can work properly. Then vine, which has anti-inflammatory effects. So the first cure was born, and since then I have been able to process many other treatments and many other tinctures from the embryotical parts of plants, and now we already have a number of them, and they can be helpful in numerous diseases. Let me turn back to Lyme disease. This also develops problems in a neurological system because Lyme affects nerves, and here we can aim herbs and chemotherapics on Lyme elimination. What could be helped? For example, here is St. John's wort, or also rhodiola might be applied. Then there is another plant, for example, field maple, which leads through the nerve, and this might be helpful in numerous problems, neurological problems. It is also helpful in carpal problems, in multiple sclerosis. I would also like to name a Baikal skull cap, These are herbs which might be helpful in neurological problems of the Lyme disease, but Lyme also affects the thyroid gland, and we can benefit from Czech plants, from Czech herbs, which are helpful. For example, Aronia, rhodiola, and they help in other cases in all Lyme diseases. In the Lyme disease, the muscular system is affected, and poplar might be helpful. Also, some urine acid removing substances are also important, because in Lyme disease, tissues of the bones and spine are typically affected, and this tincture from birch and maple might be very helpful, because they have a purification effect. Patients typically suffer from pains. Inflammatory effects of the Lyme disease could be cured with St. John's wort, because there is always an inflammatory state, and this is very helpful. Painful conditions might be eased with
zajímavý prostředek, který například jednak je úžasně protivirový,
which is very inflammatory and antiviral, and it also reduces fever, and it also helps in great pains. Similar to the Lyme cure, we have already established cures for other bodily systems. I apologize, Ms. Podhorna, we would like to ask you a few questions. If somebody would like to ask whether tinctures from plants are usually received through alcohol extraction. If a man is allergic to alcohol, how should such a tincture be prepared? Chemotherapics can be unfortunately only used through the use of alcohol, glycerin, but if we dissolve it in water, it doesn't have such a curative effect. So I have never noticed a problem of this kind, even in children. A lot of people with neurological problems, children's neurological problems, and for example, birch embryological parts might be used, and only a few drops could be put into water, and this in form of alcohol may never be harmful. Thank you. There are two more questions. Can you remember the first plant which you used an extract, and this was St. John's wort, which is a herb very currently spread. I processed it for a few people who had sleep disorders, inflammatory states. And the first bottle was applied in these problems, and then I found out that after a month in St. John's wort, I also found out that some other problems were eased, and here I found out it was the first herb of choice in multiple multiple sclerosis. This is very helpful for a number of people. I have feedback from my patients emailing me positive results. And this is very helpful for me because I can identify additional effects of plants which I originally applied on other problems. So St. John's wort was the famous problem, but this might not be indicated in case of sunbathing and so then a specialist should be consulted in terms of the dose. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to ask some more questions? So is it possible to eat these chemotherapies, or can they be used in different ways? If we look back to the past, very typically animals used to eat these embryos of plants, and I was guided by a French study.
Spolupracovala až do knihovny do Prahy, kde je přímo zpracované jako použití tady těch pupenů.
Buds are processed in a recipe coming from France, and these buds allow to gain the best what a plant has. It has a rejuvenating effect, and it also mitigates problems of different types. Thank you very much. And I would like to note one more thing. We have some technical problems. Could you please repeat that, because we had a problem with connection? We established a very large bud garden, and we can see what a great quantity we are able to process, because people are more and more interested in these plant bulbs. We plant and grow bushes, and practically they grow again and again, and they might be reused. This garden is such a unique, used by university students, by general public, but at the same time this is material for our production.
Your contribution, za příspěvek, za váš čas. Thank you.
We thank you for your contribution and for your time.
That was Magister Jarmila Podhorná about gemotherapy, the power of nature, the power of plants. And this knowledge and expertise is more important today than ever. I would like to welcome our next presenting guest. It will be Magister Miroslava Rutová, an accomplished facilitator and therapist specializing in one-brain kinesiology, transformation methods, and family constellations, collaborating with founders like Daniel Whiteside and Gordon Stokes. She founded the Elpida School and Consultation Center in Pilsen. With a rich background in special education, she is a member of the 3-in-1 faculty and an expert in family constellation. Her dedication extends to public service as a member of the Czech Parliament, working on social policy and population aging. Please welcome.
Děkuju, thank you. Krásný dobrý
Good evening. On Sunday, I would like to present to you with a method which I have been dealing over 30 years, and I have been teaching it for 25 years. It is a kinesiology method, and do not mix it up with kinology. Kinesiology itself is a very efficient method which can allow us to get rid of emotional stress. And as we heard here many times, stress has an effect on the physical body and people get ill. So any unprocessed emotion causes diseases in a body, and I really have practical experience with this. I originally started working with this method on handicapped children, and I have a consulting office in Pilsen, and when we introduced this method there, doctors considered this to be sort of charlatanism, but I knew that this method is something which doctors will realize as helpful. I was contacted by a girl who was walking with the support of crutches, and I supported her through this method, and I expected it would take half a year for her to stand up, but within 2 weeks a doctor consulted me, and she asked me how it was possible that that girl has returned her crutches. And this was something which persuaded doctors, for doctors who had been trained, but for their acquaintances and families, when they realize that EBM hasn't been able to help them, they tell their patients, climb up the stairs and consult the lady on the 2nd floor. What could I tell you here? The method is based on the fact that we always need to identify the root cause, which is an unprocessed emotion. And how can we get that deep? This is through a muscle test. Kinesiology is based on genetical behavior, where we can move into the root cause. You know, when somebody is telling you something unpleasant, they tell you, sit down. Because whenever you are exposed to some negative message, you feel as if you needed to sit down. And here, kinesiology works on the basis of muscle strengthening. A weak muscle is connected with negative information, and a strong muscle is connected with positive information. I could maybe show you, demonstrate. I did not bribe my colleague. I would instruct Maria, who I would like to thank. Imagine an oncologically ill children. Think of a meeting here to support alternative medicine where it should be. This is positive information. We haven't been able to reach this. This is negative information. But how all of us are trying to do our best to improve this, and this is positive information. This is the way how we identify the problem, the root cause of the problem. A lot of people coming to my office say, I know where my problem is, but actually they are not aware of this. We really need to examine the problem. We need to identify it. And this has nothing to do with past lives, no regression analysis, but we guide the patient from the present to the past to the moment when that person was conceived as an embryo. And another technique which kinesiology uses is that we work with front occipital position. This is because we connect both hemispheres with the back part of the brain, because this is all connected with the past, and the brain is able to give a response concerning what happened at that time, and the person is able to communicate the problem openly, and I try my best so that those to connect those hemispheres which have no contact. I studied this method with Carol Holmes, for example, and this changed the life of my patients, people who become an authority for themselves. They will not be following the guidance of a GP who only gives up the treatment, saying that you have to reconcile with the fact that you will keep having these problems and you will keep taking the pills which they have prescribed to you, when you know that the healing effect is inside of you, and you yourselves are the healing process. Then you can really mitigate the problem yourself. I apologize for not following what is on the slide, but I'm full of thoughts and emotions, so I apologize. But this corrective behavior, corrective exercises, when we remove all this blockage, when we purify these blocks, then correction exercise must be applied, which can be done very easily. These are no physical exercises, but this is very simple exercise, which will be demonstrated in a moment. And when I have my kinesiology lecture, I ask my viewers to try this as well, because the aim of these exercises is to regain energy for the current moment, because for a major improvement, a complete removal of the blockage needs to be done. But for that, let's say, small effect, they might take in some energy. So Marunka, could you please help me? I already mentioned a front occipital position. This is a beautiful position. You can try that all, because here we have an area of conscious association thinking. Here we can create whatever we want. Occipitals are placed in that back position. That's where images are formed. Remember physics. And internal sight allows us to see. And then brain starts functioning. I have been working here. I started studying this method because of handicapped children who I had been working with through all my life. And when I was teaching them, we had some exercise at the beginning of our lessons, and then I could see how they were achieving great results that were revealed in terms of their stress. And so this is front occipital position. Here you can see children who are demonstrating how this should be conducted. This is another form of exercise, which when you are overloaded and you can remove that spoiled, harmful energy, and you give massage to stones on the position of kidney meridians. So that's where the central meridian finishes and the end of the spine. Children are demonstrating this exercise. This is something which I conduct at home very often. Marunka, could you please move on to the next slide? Another position is scalp touch. If you put your hands behind your skull, you close your eyes, imagine yourself being somewhere in open countryside and start breathing, then you will feel such a relief. It works in my case, but I believe you as well. Sight. When I cannot see clearly, when vision is somehow blurred and children are overloaded, they give a massage to occipital points on the back part of their skull. This is perfect exercise which strengthens sight. Hair could be useful for wives while their husbands are lying on a couch and do not want to hear something which they are being told by their partners. So let's give a massage to ears. The next part is communication. I'm not sure how it works for you, but in the past I used to be really stressed out when I was supposed to say something in the public. I had to read something from a paper, but during that period, while I was dealing with this method, all this stress disappeared. But a lot of people keep suffering from communication, from performing in the public. What they should do is put their hands on their throat and breathe in deeply and imagine that all the stress connected with that public performance will be released completely. A protective egg is aura protection. You put one hand on your stomach and one hand on your forehead. You take a deep breath in and imagine a strong protection coming from above, from the universe or from God, and nothing may ever happen to them. They are completely safe. This is perfect exercise when children cannot write very well, when they have some sort of dysgraphic problems. They should write down that lying number 8 with 2 hands. This is something which is very helpful in this special pedagogy. I gave a lecture to teachers, and one of my colleagues told me that she was teaching a girl who was not able to read in a line, and she practiced writing these lying 8 numbers, and she presented a girl's writing to me, and it was perfect. So then cross movements. This is perfect exercise, which is very helpful for people who mix up left and right side. This used to be my problem as well. Whenever I told my husband to turn left, he tended to turn right. But after this kind of exercise, when you involve the right and left part of the hemisphere, because the right part of the hemisphere controls the left side of the body and vice versa. And this way, hemispheres are able to identify where they should focus on. Pendulum, when you are stiffed, make this movement. This is physical exercise, and you will feel relieved. Then you could make circle movements. You can make circle movements with all your limbs. I could continue talking for hours, but I'm aware of the fact that we only have 15 minutes for what I should present to you with. I tried to convey my message as best as possible, but if you are interested, courses are held in person, and I will be looking forward to seeing you in person. There is one more thing I would like to tell you. I really love my job, and I'm really grateful for every day which I am given by the God to be able to perform my occupation. A day when I did not help a person in need is a day which is completely lost. Thank you very much for your attention.
My vám velice děkujeme, paní magistro Rutová, za váš příspěvek. A já jsem velice nadšená a šťastná, že jste dneska tady a že jste nám mohla ukázat a demonstrovat kineziologii. I thank you very much, Mrs. Rutová, for being here today and presenting and demonstrating how kinesiology works. I personally have very positive experience with this modality, so it's such an honor. And now I would like to welcome our next presenting guest, Dr. Antoanetta Rozzi from Italy. She is an esteemed educator and yoga authority, holding positions like Professor of Pedagogy and Yoga at the universities of Bologna and Bolzano, as president of Sarva Yoga International and honorary president of Federazione Italiana Yoga, with 45 years of yoga practice and mentorship from masters like Swami Chidananda. She is participating in global health initiatives. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon to all. There is some advantages in being the last speaker in a conference, is that many things has already been said, well and brilliantly explained by many experts. So I could say that I thank really very much the organizer, Thomas, and his wonderful team. It's so a pleasure to thank Dr. Tanga Valerio because he gave me the opportunity to be here. And it's not only a conference, it is an experience. As I said, many things have already been explained. So I will try to do some experiments with you and not speak as I have planned to present yoga, because many Indian experts have explained many things about yoga and Ayurveda much better than I could do. I would like to just show in pills, due to the short time, how we can import from another culture a science, a very noble science, with the full respect that we have to give to all culture. But the respect must be also bilateral. Also, the importer of the science must be respected. So maybe we have to plan some strategies to mix our experience and our knowledge in different cultures. We live in an even more and more globalized world, so this kind of respect is really needed to to build a peaceful society and not create crises or conflicts. So I would try to show you some way where I have been able to introduce yoga in some different and difficult fields sometimes. We live in Europe, the whole Europe culture, and in our feelings, science is not so well known and accepted unless it is entered into the academic world. We are a little bit snob in Europe, is it? Also, those who practice, those who teach this kind of new entry in our culture are seen like some underground culture and are not so well accepted unless they have also a recognized official title. That's why I have founded an association which is called Sarva Yoga International, with the support, I must say, of many of Indian yoga institutions to preserve and to respect the true tradition of yoga, because yoga is a science, is an entity, is a structure, and we have sometimes the predatory attitude or colonialist attitude to take from other cultures what is suitable for us, but reject what is not suitable for us or we don't like so much. We have to accept the culture in its totality and in its complete form. So that's why this association has this goal, and it has been supported by the main institution of Indian yoga. And also, it has been accredited by Ayush Ministry of the Indian government. It means that the title, the diploma that this association can give is an official state diploma. Yes, of course, in India, but India is not the last country when we spoke of yoga. It's the second biggest country population in the world, and it is the land, the birthland of yoga. So we are very proud of that, but it's the first step how we can improve and give more dignity to all the practice we are doing, every one of us, in our different branches. And also, I started to teach at the university. This is also the second adventure of my life. And it's not easy to introduce some new concepts, some new vision, some new perspective in an already established field and established situation. So I would like to show you just some example to be more practical, how we can introduce yoga in this field. My field is the education, so I introduce in Faculty of Education. The first strategy that I adopt is to be a polite guest and not to criticize what has been done before, because it's true that there are no perfect educational system. But it's true also that our educational system, and it could be the same in other fields, is the result of many work, many intelligences, many teachers that have structured it. So this is the first strategy. The second and more important strategy is to find a common language. Because if I start saying that yoga is a science, and a science that brings us to the Atma, I am afraid that my student will not understand anything. So we have to translate sometime without changing the true nature of the teaching, translate in such a way that we can understand each other. Because when we don't understand something, we close the door, and there is a kind of reject of this topic. And also, to integrate what we are bringing as a new topic with what is already known to them. This is the principle of learning and teaching in psychology also, to start from a known knowledge to build and add new knowledges. So this is the way. Why I say that yoga is a science? As a Westerner, we want to know what we are talking about. We gave title also for this conference. So the first thing we ask when something is new is a definition. It's so difficult to give definition, and I will not speak about the many definitions of yoga, but we can call it a science because it has a background and such a huge, deep knowledge of what? Of human being, of the creation, of the universe, of the life we are living. And it's this huge knowledge, this huge theory of this science is reflected also in some instrumental, we can call in modern word technology. There is the theory of yoga and there is the technology of yoga. How can I go? The technology of yoga is very well structured, very sophisticated, I would say. But at the same time, it is also simple. Yoga is an empirical science. Unless we don't practice yoga, we don't have benefits. We can talk and learn and read theory of yoga, but the true result is through the practice. So from this deep knowledge, yoga has structured several instruments based on the feeling and the knowledge of unity of all what exists. The question was, in my talk, is yoga a medicine? Strictly speaking, not. It's not a medicine. But there are so many positive side effects in the practice of yoga, then we can say that yoga is also structured to maintain health, to maintain wellness, or to recover when we lose our health and wellness. We will give some examples. I would say that it is the quintessence of medicine, because medicine, as all kinds of medicine, has as the goal to eliminate suffering, pain, illness. And the final goal of yoga, which is difficult to explain to the new people or new students, is an infinite wellness, an unconditioned wellness. We experiment joy, happiness in life, but this joy, happiness has always a cause. And when there is not this cause, we experiment suffering or pain. We are happy because we are in love, we are happy because we maybe win a lottery, we are unhappy if there is a crash in economy, and so on. The kind of wellness and happiness yogis speak about is the fullness, the totality, the quintessence, the beauty, all what we can imagine that a continuous state of happiness, and it is called Ananda. So in some way, medicine and yoga can meet at this final point. It is a precise methodology. It is very well structured because the basis of yoga is a knowledge of how human being is working, how it functions, and how it should be at its best. It's also a universal science because the inquiry of the yogi are not social inquiry, we can say. They're not so much interested of how function the human being in Africa, in Europe, or in India, at the time of prehistoric time of nowadays, because they have understood that the problem, the issue that human being has to face are the same. One of the big issues is to give a sense to our existence. Why we exist? What is this life? And what is the goal of this life? And these are questions that our normal mind is not able to answer, because it's not built for that. It's like a computer program. The computer program can give many information, but they have limits. We have to understand and know the language of this program. And I would like just to give an example to show how yogis has understood our structure, our unified structure. We are a whole. We are not made of single pieces, but all these pieces are integrated together. The name are in Sanskrit, it doesn't matter. But the color we can see, the violet is the body, Ananda Maya Kosha, which is the body made of food. There is a red body or a red sheet, which is Prana Maya Kosha. And it's a very interesting body or constituent of our nature, because it's on one side the energy, the entity that sustains and gives life. For yogis, it's not so difficult to define what is life and what is death. In our modern science, sometimes there are conflicts also in defining what is death. For yogis, death is when prana, this energy, leave the body, because it's a kind of glue that maintain all the other sheets. And another interesting sheet that I would like just to notice is the 2 layers of mind. They explain we have 2 layers of mind. The first one, Manomaya Kosha, which is the same root that man and human being, is what we call in our culture psyche, all the function of mind, cognitive, emotion, memory, and so on. The other one is more interesting because it's called Vijnana Maya Kosha. Jnana is a kind of knowledge which is more than knowledge. It's not a rational deductive knowledge, but it is an intuitive knowledge. In short, it is as if we hereditate, together with our biological DNA, a kind of spiritual DNA, some memories of what we were or what we are really, what we are going to go. This kind of question that the other mind is not able to answer to, and the kind of question that is sometimes difficult to afford and create some anxiety also in human being. It's what we call mysteries, because we don't know how to utilize, for example, in education also, this kind of powerful mind we have. This mind has a different language. It's not the common language, but it's like a computer where we have many files, but we don't know how to open them. We need the keywords. The keywords to open this intuitive mind is symbolism. And it has influenced a lot also our modern psychology, like Jung, as you may know. These are really few examples of the deep knowledge. Yogis has invented the lifelong learning, because the progression of life is continuous, follow along the life, and also the deep, long knowledge. And it is a science for tomorrow, because it gives hope. It gives the possibility to go behind our limits and go toward the kind of ideal human being as all of us should be. in all our components. There are structures to be more healthy physically, and they are extraordinary. There are structures to be more healthy mentally, and there are structures also to lead us step by step to this final and unconditioned happiness. This is a very short view on yoga, but this is the way that I try to introduce in education. And I ask them, to my students, do you know who invented internet? Of course, they know all the words, all the names. I say, no. A long time ago, yogis has invented internet. They know that we are all connected inside and with the outside world. And the field of exploration of yogis is the inner world, the inner universe, which is vast, exciting, wonderful, and fascinating as the outer universe. This is a sense of unity also in yoga. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
That was our last presenter, Dr. Rozzi. We thank you so much for your explanation and presentation on yoga. It was very beautiful and profound, and it was very appreciated by all of us. And I have to sadly announce that our Congress has come to an end, and I'm already wearing black because I am sad. And I would like to invite Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer to come tell you the next, what's next. Tak to jsem. Určitě.
Náš kongres
Our Congress
has come to an end.
Než poděkuji všem, ještě bych rád splnil jednu milou povinnost.
Before I thank to everybody, I would like to fulfill one duty.
Dlouho jsme přemýšleli, kterou prezentaci vybrat jako nejlepší.
We were thinking very hard about which presentation to select as the best.
S cílem udělit za toto cenu.
With the goal to present a prize for that.
Problém byl v tom, že byly všechny kvalitní.
The problem is that they all were incredible.
A tak jsme se rozhodli udělit cenu nejmladším členům, vědcům a studentům.
So we decided to give the prize to our youngest experts, students and scientists.
Ostatně oni, myslím, potřebují takový stimul nejvíce.
Because I think it's them who needs the stimulation of this kind for the future.
Stojí na startovní čáře.
They're standing at the starting line.
Nejsem si jist, že tu v téhle chvíli si přijdou tuto cenu přebrat všichni, protože jsou mladí a rychle se rozprchli.
I am not sure if they will be all here and come collect their prize because they're very young and they just run away very fast.
Ale jistě to budeme umět napravit později.
But we will be able to correct that later.
A tak poprosím doktora Pinara Serkekuse z Turecka.
I will ask Dr. Pinar Serkekus from Turkey if he's here.
Pana Mohamada Montevali
Mr. Mohammad
z Rakouska.
Montevali from Austria. He is in Iran and can be represented by Katarina.
Bude moci převzít zástupce. Prosím. Please, with pleasure, for your students. Gratuluji. Další oceněný je inženýrka Klára Doláková.
Our next is engineer Klára Doláková.
It's not here.
She's not here, unfortunately.
Doktor Renzive.
Magdalena Ezrová, magistra.
Yes.
Magister Magdalena Ezrová.
Oh. Is here? Not.
No. Also, unfortunately, isn't here.
Sorry. Magda Ezrová.
Dr. Remzi Cici, or Cici, from Turkey.
No.
Derek R. Tanis from Austria. You can maybe just stay here. Dr. Nur Pinar Ayaz from Turkey.
No.
Dr. Martin Zulák from Czech Republic. He is here. He is here. Elif Uludag from Turkey. All right. Not present.
Not here.
Magister Anna Škvorová from Czech Republic.
Jak vidíte, nelhal jsem.
As you can see, I was not lying. The youth is.
I wasn't lying. The young ones are like the birds; they fly away.
A teď přichází chvíle,
And now there's a moment coming.
Abych z celého srdce poděkoval nejenom všem přítomným členům prezidia a hostům prezidia,
That I would like to thank all the members of the Presidium from the bottom of my heart.
Všem divákům.
The whole audience.
Mnozí jste přijeli z velké dálky.
Many of you came from afar.
Ale v neposlední řadě i všem organizátorům tohoto kongresu.
And last but not least, all the organizers and people involved in this Congress.
Většinu z nich jste mohli potkat, vidět.
Most of them you probably ran into and met.
A v této chvíli bych poprosil o krátké video, ve kterém uvidíte i prostory, které jste nenavštívili. Tedy televizní studio, které odbavilo signál ze sálu.
And now I will show you a short video and where you will see the space where you could not visit, which you can see.
Poprosím o video.
Please, the video.
This is control, sending. Doufám.
And we would like to also.
Doufám, že to slyší.
And I hope they can hear it.
Naplno. Až tak naplno, ne? A co říct víc?
What else can I say?
Budeme dál pracovat
We will keep
ve
working.
společném duchu.
We will keep working in the mutual spirit.
Je nesmírně důležitý.
It is very important.
Musíme zapomenout na své já
We have to forget our own self
a najít společný hlas.
and find the common voice.
Mám vás všechny rád.
I love you all very much.
A vás taky.
And also you.
A vás taky.
And you.
Bye bye. After 2 years, bye. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to also thank...
Okay. I express my thanks from core of my heart to be here and to be blessed by the Almighty. I will be the witness of this great Congress, and it was more than expectations of my own. The hospitality and the introduction with the stalwarts of the whole of the world. I was really enriched with the many aspects of science of life and humanity. My big salute to Dr. Thomas Professor, and one more, by which initiation and cooperation and many more what cannot be expressed in my own words. I would like to honor to both of them. One, the nucleus of this whole Congress is no other than Mr. Thomas Pepper. And I would like to request my institutional colleague and my professional colleague, no other than Dr. Baswati Bhattacharya. Please come in front. Here is last, but the not least, that is for one, the very first feature which I was introduced at the very beginning is marketer.
Monica. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This is honor from my India, Mera Bharat, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And there is one more. I will give it to everyone to whom I have not given this, the blessings of Lord Shiva. If no one having, I have unfortunately missed them, please collect from the Thomas. I will give him in a bunch. Thank you all. आप लोगों ने बहुत, you have given a lot of love to me. Thanks to Prague, thanks to Dr. Bhaskati. Yeah. I'm here only because of her. You introduced me to Thomas, and then. But right now, I'm having a lot of my friends. आपको नाम लेके बुलाऊंगा हाँ? ना नाम तो नहीं लूँगा. तुसी पाजी. Madam, each and every, Madanji was very well introduced. We were friends on Zoom meetings. And I think we have been roommates. We shared the room, and every time we were late because of some sort of discussions related to many issues. So I am really thankful to him too. Thank you all, and my dear friends, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad to meet you, sir. I will be interested.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now, I would like to also thank Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer on behalf of the whole team for doing what he's doing so selflessly, because this wouldn't happen without him. So thank you. Thank you. Ještě tady vzadu, u stolečku a tady vepředu. I cannot see very well. Modré.
Okay.
And one more. One more.
Yeah.
Tady. May your collaboration blossom as it has been until now. And that's all. Good, very good. The last thing, one more thing.
Připravujeme dokument.
We are preparing a document.
V kterém prezidium vyjádří memorandum tohoto kongresu.
Where the presidium is going to present or explain the memorandum of this Congress.
Ve vzájemné shodě.
In the mutual agreement.
K regulátorům na národní i nadnárodní úrovni.
To the regulators of national and international level.
Ale také zástupcům všech organizací TCIM.
But also to all the representatives of the TCIM.
A tak tato zpráva z Prahy se bude rozšiřovat v celém světě.
So this message from Prague is going to be spreading all over the world.
A celý svět bude mít Prahu.
And the whole world will have Prague.
Stejně jako New York, Londýn, Sydney, všechna města.
Just like all the cities, New York, London, Sydney.
All cities.
All the cities. Jo, už snad.